Characteristics of the Islamic Concept by Sayyid Qutb. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. A word on the methodology. Indeed, this Quran guides to that which is most upright. Surah Al-Isra 9. Defining the characteristics and fundamentals of the Islamic concept is a matter of utmost necessity for many reasons. It is essential because every Muslim requires a comprehensive interpretation of existence to interact with it meaningfully. The Muslim must have an explanation that brings closer to his understanding the nature of the great truths he engages with, as well as the nature of the relationships and connections between these truths, the truth of divinity, the truth of servitude, which encompasses the truth of the universe, the truth of life, and the truth of man, and the interactions and links among them all. It is essential because every Muslim needs to comprehend the true position of man within this cosmic existence and the purpose of his human existence. Through this understanding, the role of man in the universe becomes clear, as do the limits of his responsibilities and the boundaries of his relationship with his Creator and the Creator of the entire universe. It is essential because, based on this comprehensive interpretation and the knowledge of man's place in the cosmos and the purpose of his existence, the methodology of his life is determined, as is the type of system that fulfills this methodology. The system that governs human life is inevitably tied to this comprehensive interpretation and must emerge organically from it. Otherwise, it would be an artificial system, shallow in its roots and quick to wither. During the short period in which such a system survives, it brings only misery to man, for it inevitably clashes with the innate nature, fitra, of humanity and the genuine needs of man. This reality applies today to all systems on Earth without exception, but especially to the nations that are considered advanced. It is essential because this religion came to establish a nation with a unique and distinct character, one that is also tasked with leading humanity, implementing God's methodology on Earth, and rescuing humanity from the misguided leaderships, methodologies and concepts under which it has long suffered. Today, humanity suffers from similar misguidance, albeit in different forms and shapes. The Muslim's understanding of the nature of the Islamic concept, its characteristics and its fundamentals, is what enables him to become a worthy contributor to building this distinct, unique nation and to become a capable leader and savior. The conceptual belief system is the primary tool of guidance, alongside the practical system that emerges from it and is established upon its foundation. Together, they encompass all individual and collective human activities across every field of human endeavor. The Quran presented humanity with this comprehensive interpretation in its complete form, addressing every aspect of human existence and satisfying all its dimensions. It engages with sensation, reason, intuition, and insight, as well as with all other facets of human perception and existence. It addresses the material reality of man, which is shaped by his cosmic position, employing a style that speaks to and resonates with all these aspects of the human being in harmony, a harmony that reflects the innate nature, fitra, as it emerged from the hands of its creator, exalted be he. Through this concept, derived directly from the Quran, the first Muslim community was uniquely formed. It underwent a transformation unparalleled in history. This community assumed the leadership of humanity, guiding it in a manner unrivaled before or since. It achieved in the life of humanity, both in the realm of conscience and feeling, and in the realm of action and reality, a singular model that history has never witnessed before. This Quran was the primary reference for that community. From it, the community itself emerged. It remains one of the most remarkable phenomena in human history, the phenomenon of a nation arising from the text of a book. This community lived by it and relied on it above all else, recognizing that the Sunnah of the Prophet was nothing but the complete and exemplary embodiment of Quranic guidance. As Aisha, may God be pleased with her, succinctly described the character of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, when asked about his conduct, his character was the Quran, reported by Al-Nasa'i. But over time, People became distant from the Quran, from its unique style and from living in its shade. They became detached from the events and realities that mirrored the context in which the Quran was revealed. Engaging with these events and realities, experiencing their tangible atmosphere, is the only way for the Quran to be fully understood and to reveal its profound inspiration. For the Quran cannot be truly comprehended by one who lives detached from the struggles and striving necessary to re-establish a genuine Islamic way of life, or from enduring the trials, sacrifices and tribulations that accompany this endeavour. Nor can it be grasped by one who does not experience the multitude of emotions that arise from this struggle in the real world as they confront Jahiliyyah in any era. To truly grasp the meanings and inspirations of the Quran, it is not enough to merely understand its words and phrases or to engage in interpretation as we are accustomed to saying. The matter is not this simple. Rather, the key lies in a soul that has been prepared with an array of feelings, perceptions and experiences akin to those that accompanied the revelation of the Quran and the life of the Muslim community as it received it in the midst of the struggle of striving against the self, against others, against desires and against enemies. It is the context of giving and sacrificing, fear and hope, weakness and strength, stumbling and rising. It is the atmosphere of Mecca, with its nascent call, its small numbers, its weakness and its alienation among the people. It is the atmosphere of the valley, Shib, with its siege, hunger, fear, persecution, pursuit, and absolute reliance on God alone. Then, it is the atmosphere of Medina, with the early formation of the Muslim society amid schemes and hypocrisy, organization and struggle. It is the atmosphere of Badr, Uhud, the trench, Hudaybiyah, the conquest, Hunain and Tabuk, the atmosphere of the birth of the Muslim nation, the emergence of its social system, and the living interplay of emotions, interests and principles amidst its formation and organization. In that atmosphere in which the verses of the Quran were revealed alive, pulsating, and deeply intertwined with the reality of life words and phrases, carried their full weight of meaning and implication. And in this very atmosphere, as we strive to rekindle Islamic life anew, the Quran opens its treasures to hearts, unveils its secrets, diffuses its fragrance, and serves as guidance and light. In such a setting, they once understood the true essence of God's words to them. They count it as a favor to you that they have embraced Islam. Say, do not count your Islam as a favor to me. Rather, it is God who has favored you by guiding you to faith if you are indeed truthful. Al-Hujurat 17. And the true essence of his words. O you who have believed, respond to God and the Messenger when he calls you to that which gives you life. And know that God stands between a person and his heart, and that to him you shall be gathered. And beware of a trial that will not only afflict those who have committed wrong among you exclusively, and know that God is severe in punishment. And remember when you were few and oppressed in the land, fearing that people might seize you, but he sheltered you, supported you with his victory, and provided you with good things so that you might be grateful. Al-Anfal 24:26. And the true essence of his words, and God already gave you victory at Badr when you were few and humble. So fear God that you may be grateful. Al-Imran 123. And his words, do not lose heart and do not grieve, for you will have the upper hand if you are believers. If you are touched by hardship, know that a similar hardship has touched the other people. Such are the days, we alternate them among mankind, so that God may make evident those who believe and may take martyrs from among you. And God does not love the wrongdoers, and so that God may purify those who believe and eradicate the disbelievers. Do you think that you will enter paradise, while God has not yet made evident those of you who strive and those who are patient? And you had certainly wished for martyrdom before you encountered it, and now you have seen it with your own eyes. Al-Imran 139, 143. And his words, God has already given you victory in many regions and on the day of Hunain, when your great numbers made you proud, but they availed you nothing. The earth, vast as it was, seemed to close in on you, and then you turned back in retreat. Then God sent down his tranquility upon his messenger and upon the believers and sent down soldiers you did not see and punished those who disbelieved. That is the recompense of the disbelievers. At Tawbah 25:26. And his words, you will surely be tested in your possessions and in yourselves, and you will surely hear much abuse from those who were given the scripture before you and from those who associate others with God. But if you are patient and fear God indeed, that is of the matters requiring determination. Al-Imran 186. They understood the truth of all these divine declarations because they spoke directly to the realities of their lives, to memories etched deeply into their hearts, and to events that time had not yet rendered distant. These truths lived within that very generation, close and vivid. And those who today and tomorrow endure similar circumstances are the ones who will grasp the meanings and implications of the Quran. They are the ones who will taste the truths of the Islamic worldview as conveyed by the Quran, because these truths will resonate with present experiences and struggles. These individuals, however, are few. Thus, given the distance that now separates people from the Quran, a distance created by their estrangement from the kind of lived reality in which its verses were revealed, it becomes necessary to present the truths of the Islamic worldview concerning God, the universe, life and humanity through the Quranic text itself, accompanied by explanation, guidance, organization and classification. This is not to replace the Quran in addressing hearts and minds, but rather to serve as a bridge connecting people to the Quran to the extent possible, helping them to taste its sweetness and discover for themselves the profound truths of the Islamic worldview. At this point, however, we must highlight an essential and profound reality. We do not seek, in uncovering the truths of the Islamic worldview, to merely achieve cultural knowledge. We do not aim to establish yet another section in the Islamic library to be added to what was previously termed Islamic philosophy. No, we do not aspire to cold, detached knowledge that occupies the mind and becomes part of the repository of culture. Such a goal, in our estimation, is not worth the effort. It is a trivial, superficial endeavour. Rather, we seek action that springs from this knowledge. We desire that this knowledge transforms into a driving force that brings its meanings into being in the realm of reality. We seek to awaken the human conscience so that it fulfills the purpose of human existence as defined by this divine worldview. We long for humanity to return to its sustainer, to his method that he has ordained for it, and to a noble and honourable life that aligns with the dignity God has decreed for humankind, a dignity that was once realised in a luminous chapter of history, when this worldview became a living reality on earth, embodied in a nation that led humanity toward goodness, righteousness and flourishing. There came a time in the history of Islam when the original Islamic way of life, springing from the authentic Islamic worldview, came into contact with other modes of life that Islam encountered in newly conquered lands and beyond. It also came into contact with the prevailing cultures of those lands. At that time, Muslims, having abandoned the burdens of jihad and succumbed to waves of luxury, began to face intellectual and ideological challenges arising from political and other developments, some of which emerged as early as the well-known conflict between Ali and Muawiyah. Consequently, they became engrossed in Greek philosophy and theological debates that had clustered around Christianity, which had been translated into Arabic. This intellectual preoccupation, marked by a certain indulgence in abstract thought, reached its height during the Abbasid era and in Al-Andalus. It gave rise to deviations and alien tendencies that were foreign to the original Islamic worldview, the worldview that had been revealed to save humanity from such deviations and to guide it back to a positive and realistic perspective that channels all human energy toward life, toward building, purifying and elevating, while safeguarding human capabilities from being squandered in idle talk and protecting human understanding from wandering aimlessly without guidance. Certain Muslim scholars felt compelled to confront the effects of this interaction, and these deviations by engaging in refutations, clarifications and debates concerning the essence of God. Glorious is He and His attributes, predestination and free will, human actions and accountability, sin and repentance, and other such topics that became subjects of contention in the history of Islamic thought. Consequently, various sects emerged: Khawarij, Shia, Murji'a, Qadariyya, Jabariyya, Sunnis, Mu'tazila, and others. Meanwhile, some Muslim thinkers became enamored with Greek philosophy, especially the works of Aristotle, whom they called the first teacher, and with theological, metaphysical inquiries. They imagined that Islamic thought would not appear fully mature, complete, or glorious unless it adorned itself with the garb of philosophy and produced works in this vein. Just as some people today are infatuated with Western modes of thought, so too were they captivated by these intellectual fashions. They sought to create an Islamic philosophy, akin to Greek philosophy, and to develop ilm al-kalam, theology, modelled after Christian theological debates, built upon Aristotelian logic. Instead of crafting the Islamic worldview within its own independent, intrinsic framework, consistent with its holistic nature, which appeals to the entirety of the human being, addressing all its faculties and energies, rather than addressing the mind alone in a cold, abstract manner, they borrowed the philosophical framework and poured the Islamic worldview into it. They even adopted certain philosophical concepts themselves and attempted to reconcile them with the Islamic perspective. As for the terminology, most of it was borrowed. However, since there is an inherent dissonance between the methodology of philosophy and that of Islamic creed, between the style of philosophy and the style of the Quran, and between the profound truths of Islamic faith and the shallow, contrived, and confused attempts contained in human philosophies and theological debates, this so-called Islamic philosophy appeared as a complete anomaly within the harmonious melody of Islamic faith. These attempts introduced much confusion, diluting the clarity of the Islamic worldview, narrowing its scope, and rendering it superficial. This was accompanied by complexity, sterility, and discord, making this Islamic philosophy and its accompanying theological inquiries utterly alien to Islam, its nature, truth, methodology, and style. And I am fully aware that these words will be met with astonishment at the very least, whether from many of those among us who are engaged in what is called Islamic philosophy, or from those who occupy themselves with philosophical inquiries in general. Yet I state them with firm conviction, for I am absolutely certain that the Islamic worldview will not be freed from distortion, deviation, and disfigurement until we cast off entirely all that has come to be known as Islamic philosophy, along with all the disputations of kalam, theology, and the endless arguments among the various Islamic sects across the ages. Only then shall we return to the Quran, drawing directly from it the essential components of the Islamic worldview, while elucidating its unique characteristics that make it distinct from all other conceptions. It is also permissible, indeed beneficial, to engage in certain comparisons that help highlight these characteristics in contrast to other worldviews. However, the components of this worldview must be drawn directly from the Quran itself and formulated in a manner that is entirely independent. There are three crucial truths we must recognize which demand the adoption of this approach I have outlined. First, what initially reached the Islamic world of the remnants of Greek philosophy and Christian theology, remnants that influenced the debates among the different Islamic factions and shaped their content, were nothing more than late commentaries on Greek philosophy. These were transmitted in a distorted and confused form, rendered in a clumsy and defective language, leading to a great deal of confusion in the transmission of these interpretations. Second, the attempt to reconcile these commentaries on Greek philosophy with the Islamic worldview revealed a profound naivety and jahiliyyah of the true nature of Greek philosophy, with its deep pagan roots and lack of a coherent intellectual or methodological foundation. This stood in stark contrast to the Islamic worldview with its pure sources and pristine foundations. Greek philosophy arose in a pagan milieu brimming with myths, drawing its roots from this paganism and its myths, and it never entirely rid itself of these pagan mythical elements. Hence, it was an act of naivety indeed, absurdity to attempt reconciliation between it and the Islamic worldview, which is based on an absolute and profoundly abstract monotheism. Yet those Muslims who engaged in philosophy and theological disputation were misled under the influence of the late commentaries, which had themselves been shaped by Christian theology into believing, erroneously, that the wise men of ancient Greece could not possibly have been pagans, nor could they have deviated from monotheism. Consequently, they embarked on a forced and artificial reconciliation between the words of these wise men and the Islamic creed. This misguided effort gave rise to what came to be known as Islamic philosophy. Third, the practical disputes within the Muslim world, those that arose following the assassination of Uthman, may God be pleased with him, led to severe distortions in the interpretation of Quranic texts and in understandings and conceptualizations. When debates subsequently arose to support differing viewpoints, they often sought validation from philosophy and theological inquiries, in most cases with ulterior motives. As a result, these sources, within the context of such conflicts, ceased to be suitable as a foundation for pure Islamic thought, which must derive its components and principles directly from the immutable Quranic text. In an atmosphere entirely free from the lingering effects of these historical disputes. Thus, it is best to isolate this entire intellectual legacy in its totality from our authentic understanding of Islam, studying it purely as a historical phenomenon to identify its deviations and their causes, so that we may avoid similar pitfalls in formulating the Islamic worldview and the structures, systems, and components of the Islamic order today. The methodologies of Western thought, meanwhile, have followed their own distinct trajectory, drawing initially from Greek thought with all its pagan contamination, and later from its antagonism toward the Church and ecclesiastical thinking in general. The defining characteristic of this thought since the Renaissance has been its opposition to the Catholic Church and its conceptions, and later its opposition to the Church in its entirety and to religious thought as a whole. It must be noted, however, that the Church's conceptions never truly represented the authentic teachings of Christianity. The circumstances surrounding the emergence of Christianity under the dominion of the pagan Roman Empire and the subsequent adoption of Christianity by the Roman state inflicted grave harm upon the true essence of Christianity, distorting it profoundly. This distortion began with the incorporation of elements of Roman paganism into Christianity, and it was compounded by the interpretations and additions made by church councils and authorities. These were unfortunately appended to the divine core of Christianity in an effort to accommodate political events, theological disputes, and the need to unify diverging sects and reconcile conflicting factions within the Roman state under a single creed acceptable to all. This transformed Christianity into an expression of ecclesiastical doctrine rather than the original faith revealed by God. Because the Church embraced these deviant conceptions and also adopted much erroneous or incomplete knowledge about the universe, knowledge that properly belongs to the domain of human research and experimentation, it found itself in fierce and hostile opposition to natural scientists when they began correcting these erroneous or incomplete notions. The Church did not limit itself to intellectual rebuttals, but also used its material power with brutal ferocity to persecute anyone who challenged its dogmas, whether religious or scientific. From that time onward, and continuing to this day, European thought has taken a hostile stance not only towards the ecclesiastical ideas and conceptions that prevailed at the time, but toward religious ideas and conceptions in general. This hostility even extended to the very methodology of religious thinking. European thought thus turned towards inventing methodologies and schools of thought whose primary purpose was to oppose religious thought and to liberate itself from the Church's authority by rejecting the God of the Church and everything associated with him, including religious ideas and methodologies. This animosity towards religion and religious methodology is not confined to the subjects, philosophies, and schools of thought produced by European intellectuals. Rather, it is embedded in the very essence of this thought and in the methodologies it employs to acquire knowledge. For this reason, neither the intellectual output of European thought nor its methodologies are suitable as a basis for Islamic thought or for renewing this thought, as some Muslim thinkers themselves have suggested. The reader of this essay will come to see upon its completion that there is no path to borrowing the methodologies of Western thought or the intellectual outcomes that are the products of these methodologies for the purposes of Islamic thought. Our methodology, therefore, in this exploration of the characteristics and components of the Islamic worldview must be to draw directly from the Quran after living in the shade of the Quran for a long time, and to summon, as far as possible, the environment in which God's words were revealed to humanity. The intellectual, social, and political circumstances in which humanity was wandering in darkness when this guidance came to them, and the subsequent misguidance they fell into after deviating from divine guidance. Our methodology in seeking inspiration from the Quran must exclude entirely any preconceived notions, whether intellectual or emotional, that derive from cultural residues not rooted in the Quran itself. We must not subject its verses to the judgment of such preconceptions, nor interpret its meanings through the lens of these preconceived notions. Indeed, the Quranic text came to establish the correct principles upon which God intended human conceptions and lives to be based. At the very least, this divine favour from the Most High, who is in no need of his creation, deserves that we approach it with hearts and minds emptied of all foreign impurities, so that this new conception may emerge untainted by the residues of all forms of jahiliyyah, whether ancient or modern, and draw exclusively from God's guidance, avoiding the speculations of humankind, which avail nothing against the truth. There are, therefore, no prior principles to which we subject the Book of God. Rather, we derive our principles directly from it and build our conceptions and formulations upon them. This is the only correct methodology in engaging the Quran and in seeking from it the characteristics and components of the Islamic worldview. Moreover, we do not attempt to borrow the philosophical framework to present the truths of the Islamic worldview, out of our conviction that there is an intrinsic connection between the nature of a subject and the nature of the framework in which it is presented. The nature of a subject is inevitably affected by the framework, and its essence may be altered or distorted if it is presented within a framework that is inherently alien, antagonistic, or disconnected from its true character. This is undoubtedly true in the case of the Islamic worldview and the philosophical framework, a truth that becomes evident to anyone who truly perceives the essence of this worldview as it is conveyed in the Quranic text. We differ with Muhammad Iqbal in his attempt to articulate the Islamic worldview within a philosophical framework borrowed from thinkers such as Hegel with his idealistic rationalism and Auguste Comte with his positivist empiricism. Faith, any faith, and especially the Islamic faith, addresses the totality of the human being in its own unique style, a style characterized by vitality, rhythm, direct impact, and profound suggestion. It conveys great truths that cannot be fully captured in mere words, but are intimated through them. It addresses the entirety of the human being, engaging all faculties, capacities, and avenues of knowledge, not merely the intellect. Philosophy, on the other hand, employs an entirely different style. It seeks to confine truth within the limits of verbal expression. Yet the type of truths it attempts to address cannot be confined to the explicit meaning of words, let alone the fact that essential aspects of these truths are, by their very nature, beyond the scope of human intellect. As a result, philosophy inevitably descends into complexity, confusion, and aridity whenever it deals with matters of faith. Thus, philosophy has played no notable role in the general life of humanity and has not propelled it forward in the way that faith has. For it is faith that has led humanity forward, guiding it through the wilderness of time and the darkness of the path. Faith must be presented in the language of faith. Any attempt to present it in the language of philosophy will extinguish its radiance, stifle its inspiration, and confine it to only one dimension of the many dimensions of human existence. It is from this that the complexity, dryness, deficiency, and deviation arise in all studies that attempt to present faith in this manner, alien to its nature and in a mould that is far too narrow for it. We are not concerned with the existence of an Islamic philosophy. We do not feel compelled to create such a category within Islamic thought, nor to adopt this mould as one of the forms of Islamic expression. This, in our view, does not diminish Islam in the least, nor does it harm Islamic thought. On the contrary, it powerfully underscores the originality, purity, and distinctiveness of Islam. A note about the methodology we pursue in this work. We don't set before us a specific deviation in Islamic thought or practice, allowing it to dominate all our attention to the extent that responding to it or correcting it becomes the sole driver of our efforts in presenting the characteristics and fundamentals of the Islamic worldview. Rather, we seek to present the truths of this worldview as they are, in and of themselves, complete, comprehensive, balanced, and harmonious, just as these truths are conveyed in the Quran. They are as balanced and harmonious as the universe itself, and as consistent as the natural disposition, fitra, of humanity. This is because focusing on a particular deviation or deficiency and allowing oneself to become consumed in countering it or formulating the truths of Islam solely in response to it is a perilous methodology. It is fraught with the risk of creating a new deviation within the Islamic worldview in the process of countering an older one. A deviation remains a deviation, no matter its origins or intentions. We find examples of this danger in the writings that aim to defend Islam against the attacks of its detractors, whether the Orientalists or the atheists, of both the past and the present. Similarly, we find it in works intended to counter specific deviations in particular contexts or at particular times. For instance, some Christian missionaries and Zionists accuse Islam of being a religion of the sword and claim that it spread by the sword. In response, some defenders of Islam, in their zealous efforts to refute this accusation, end up diminishing the value of jihad in Islam. They restrict its scope, apologizing for every one of its instances by reducing them merely to acts of defense in the narrow modern sense of the term. In doing so, they fail to recognize that Islam, as the final divine system for humanity, has the inherent right to establish its own system on earth so that all of humanity can benefit from the blessings of this system. Within this system, every individual, whether they accept Islam or not, enjoys the freedom of belief, for there is no compulsion in religion. However, the establishment of the Islamic system, which is to encompass all of humanity, requires struggle, jihad, to bring this system into existence and to maintain it. This ensures that people are free to choose their beliefs within its framework. Such an endeavour necessitates the establishment of a just authority, a just law, and a just system, which will deter anyone who contemplates attacking the freedom of belief and the freedom of calling others to faith on this earth. This is but one example of how the Islamic worldview can be distorted by the overzealous defence of it against a cunning attack on one of its aspects. As for writings that aim to counter specific deviations, they often end up introducing new ones. A pertinent example of this is the directives of the esteemed Sheikh Muhammad Abduh and the lectures of Allama Iqbal on the topic of redefining religious thought in Islam. Sheikh Muhammad Abduh confronted a rigid intellectual environment that had closed the doors of ijtihad and denied the intellect its role in understanding God's law and deriving rulings from it. Instead, it relied solely on the books of later scholars, written during periods of intellectual stagnation, while simultaneously embracing superstitions and popular religious notions. At the same time, Abduh faced an era in Europe where the intellect was being deified, especially following the great scientific advancements and the intellectual victories of reason. This era also saw the dominance of rationalist philosophy, which exalted the human mind to the status of divinity. Alongside this was the attack of Orientalists on Islamic teachings, particularly on the doctrine of predestination, qada wa qadar, accusing it of paralyzing human intellect and effort, rendering Muslims inactive in life due to their belief in this doctrine. In his attempt to counter this rigid intellectual environment in the East and the rationalist infatuation in the West, Abduh sought to affirm the value of reason in relation to revelation. He worked to revive the concept of ijtihad, combat superstition and jahiliyyah, and demonstrate that Islam assigns great importance to the intellect in matters of religion and life. However, in his attempt to address the stagnation of thought in the East, and the worship of reason in the West, Abdu elevated the human intellect to an equal footing with divine revelation in guiding humanity. He failed to confine the intellect to its rightful role as one of the faculties of the human being meant to receive revelation and accept its truths, even those that lie beyond its comprehension. The intellect, like the whole of human existence, is not absolute. It is limited by time and space. Revelation, on the other hand, addresses absolute truths such as the essence of divinity and the relationship between divine will and the events of creation. In such matters, the intellect's role is to submit and accept, for these truths lie beyond its grasp. Abdu argued in what may seem a logical proposition, but was shaped by his desire to counter the specific intellectual deviations of his time. Revelation is a manifestation of God's will in the universe, and the human intellect is also a manifestation of God's will. The manifestations of God must be in harmony with one another and cannot contradict one another. This statement is correct in a general sense, but it must be clarified that revelation and reason are not equals. One is greater and more comprehensive than the other. Revelation is the source to which reason must return, the scale by which reason must measure its conclusions, and the criterion by which reason's errors and deviations are corrected. Thus, while there is harmony and concord between reason and revelation, it is on the condition that revelation remains the primary source, with reason as its subordinate. Reason is not an independent or equal authority, for the flawless, untainted intellect does not exist in reality, it is but an ideal. This perspective influenced Abdu's interpretation of Juz Amma, the final part of the Quran, leaving a clear imprint on the work of his student, Sheikh Rashid Rida, and the interpretations of Sheikh al-Maghribi regarding Juz Tabarak, the preceding part of the Quran. They often insisted on interpreting the Quranic text to align with the intellect, a principle fraught with danger. To refer all matters to reason is to entrust them to something that does not exist in an absolute sense. There is my brain, your brain, the brain of so-and-so. There is no absolute intellect free from deficiency, passion, desire, or jahiliyyah, capable of judging the Quranic text by its standards. If we impose upon ourselves the principle of interpreting the Quran to conform to the intellects of various individuals, we will inevitably end up in chaos. And all of this arose from an excessive preoccupation with confronting a particular deviation. Had the matter been considered in its essence, reason would have been accorded its rightful place and sphere of operation without exaggeration or excess, and without negligence or deficiency. Revelation, too, would have been given its proper domain, and the balance between the two would have been preserved in its rightful and precise proportion. Indeed, reason is neither exiled nor banished nor neglected in the realm of receiving guidance from revelation, nor in understanding what is received, nor in grasping what it is capable of grasping, while also yielding to that which lies beyond its domain. However, reason is likewise not the ultimate arbiter. So long as the text of revelation is definitive, the explicit meaning of the text, free of distortion or misinterpretation, remains the ultimate authority. Reason must then derive its principles from the clear meaning of this definitive text and establish its methodology accordingly. This study, within its core, provides a detailed and thorough exposition of the secure boundaries and the upright Islamic methodology. Muhammad Iqbal, in the Eastern world, found himself confronting an intellectual climate that was lost and adrift in the haze of the mystical illuminations of what he termed Ajami, non-Arab Sufism. He was alarmed by this annihilation in which human individuality and selfhood vanished entirely. He was equally troubled by the passivity that left no room for human action or influence in this world, a state wholly alien to Islam, of course. On the other hand, he also faced, in the Western world, the sensory-based thinking of positivism and the empiricist school. Furthermore, he encountered Nietzsche's proclamation in Thus Spoke Zarathustra regarding the birth of the Übermensch, Superman, and the death of God ideas emerging from Nietzsche's epileptic fits, which some have audaciously called philosophy. Iqbal sought to shake off this loss, annihilation and passivity from Islamic thought and Islamic life. At the same time, he sought to affirm for Islamic thought the reality of experience, upon which both the empiricist and positivist schools had built their foundations. However, the result was an overzealous emphasis on human selfhood, which compelled him to interpret certain Quranic verses in ways that their nature and the Islamic worldview could not bear. He sought to prove that death is not the end of human experience, nor even the resurrection. For Iqbal, human experience and the growth of the self continued beyond paradise and hell. Yet the Islamic worldview is unequivocal. This world is the abode of trial and action, while the hereafter is the realm of judgment and recompense. There is no further opportunity for the human soul to act in the hereafter, nor is there any scope for new deeds after the reckoning and the reward. But this excess arose from Iqbal's overwhelming desire to affirm the existence and continuity of the selfhood, or the I, as he borrowed from Hegel's philosophical terminology. On another front, he was forced to expand the philosophical term experience far beyond its Western definition and history, so that it might encompass the spiritual experiences practiced by Muslims, through which they taste the ultimate truth. For experience, as a technical term in Western philosophy, cannot in its essence include the spiritual realm. It originated, after all, as a rejection of all modes of knowledge that do not rely on sensory experience. This attempt to borrow a Western term led to a struggle of tension and rigidity, evident even amidst the vibrant and dynamic poetry of Iqbal. I do not intend to diminish the immense and fruitful efforts of the great Imam and his disciples, nor the efforts of Iqbal. May God shower them with his vast mercy in reviving Islamic thought and rejuvenating it. Rather, I merely wish to point out that an excessive zeal to counter a specific deviation may itself give rise to another deviation. The most prudent approach in Islamic scholarship is to present the truths of the Islamic worldview in their complete and comprehensive form, in their serene harmony, and according to their unique nature and method. Finally, this study is neither a book of philosophy, nor a work of theology, nor a treatise on metaphysics. It is a work born of reality and written to address reality. Islam came to rescue humanity from the burdens that weighed upon its thoughts and its life, and from the bewilderment in which its thoughts and life had gone astray. Islam came to establish for humanity a unique, distinguished, and unparalleled worldview, and to offer humanity a new life in harmony with the upright path of God. Yet today humanity as a whole has sunk back into bewilderment and into that repugnant burden. Islam was sent to create a nation that would lead humanity away from confusion and from burdens. But today this very nation has abandoned its position of leadership, forsaken the methodology of leadership, and now chases after nations mired in bewilderment and buried under burdens. This book is an attempt to define the unique characteristics and essential components of the Islamic worldview. From these characteristics springs the practical methodology of life as God intended it, as well as the intellectual, scientific and artistic framework that must derive from the comprehensive interpretation offered by this original worldview. Every inquiry into any aspect of the Islamic idea or Islamic system must first be anchored in the foundational idea of Islam. The need to clarify this idea is both an intellectual and emotional necessity, a need of life and reality, and a need for the Muslim nation and humanity as a whole. This first section of the study addresses the characteristics of the Islamic worldview, while the second section will address the essential components of the Islamic worldview. And God is the one who grants success, guidance and assistance, bewilderment and burdens. Is he who walks with his face downcast more rightly guided, or he who walks upright on a straight path? When Islam arrived, the world was burdened with an immense accumulation of beliefs, worldviews, philosophies, myths, ideas, illusions, rituals, traditions, customs and conditions. In this mass, truth was mingled with falsehood, the authentic with the counterfeit, religion with superstition, and philosophy with myth. Under this enormous burden, the human conscience floundered in darkness and speculation, unable to find firm ground. And human life, under the influence of this heavy load, staggered in corruption and decay, in oppression and humiliation, and in misery and wretchedness conditions unbefitting of humanity, and even unbefitting of a herd of animals. It was a bewilderment devoid of guidance, light, certainty, or stability. This was the bewilderment surrounding humanity's conception of its God, his attributes, his relationship with the universe, humanity's place in this universe, the purpose of human existence, the methodology for achieving this purpose, and the nature of the relationship between God and humankind. From this bewilderment and this burden arose all the evils in human life and the systems by which it was governed. Human conscience could not find stability concerning the universe itself, its purpose, its method of life, or the relationships between humanity and the rest of creation and among human beings themselves. This instability arose because humanity had no certainty in its conception of God and its understanding of its relationship with him. Without a firm belief in this matter, nothing else could be stable amidst the overwhelming chaos, misguidance, and oppressive burden. This state was not, as Western thinkers claim, and as their Eastern parrots repeat, merely a characteristic of the Middle Ages. No, it was so because of two fundamental truths inseparable from human life and the human soul, regardless of time or place. The first truth is that by its very nature the human being cannot exist in this vast universe as a lost, isolated speck without any connection. It must have a defined relationship with the universe, one that secures for it a sense of belonging and understanding of its place therein. Therefore, humanity needs a belief system that explains what surrounds it and defines its role within that context. This is an innate and existential necessity, unrelated to the circumstances of any particular era or environment. As we will see later in this study, the suffering, confusion, and misguidance of humanity arose precisely because it failed to grasp the true nature of this relationship and its proper explanation. The second truth is that there exists an intimate and unbreakable connection between the nature of one's belief system and the nature of the social order derived from it. This connection is not contingent upon the circumstances of time or place. More than mere correlation, there is an organic emergence. The social system is but a branch of the comprehensive interpretation of existence, humanity's place within it, its purpose, and the methodology for achieving that purpose. Any social system not founded upon this interpretation is artificial and cannot endure. If it does endure for a time, it only brings suffering. And whenever man lives estranged from this truth, he inevitably suffers. For this estrangement leads to a collision between him and the innate nature of his being. This truth is both an organizational necessity and an emotional imperative. Indeed, the messengers, peace be upon them, beginning with Noah and ending with Jesus, conveyed this truth to mankind. They introduced humanity to their Creator with true clarity, explained to them the position of man in the universe, and revealed to them the purpose of his existence. Yet, the persistent drift away from this truth under the pressures of political circumstances, human desires, and the frailty of man obscured this reality. It led humanity astray and buried this truth beneath a heavy heap of falsehoods which could not be lifted except by a new, complete, and comprehensive message. Such a message was needed to remove this heap, dispel the darkness, illuminate the way, and firmly establish the correct conception of faith based on pure truth. Only then could human life be built upon a stable foundation rooted in that correct understanding. Those who clung to distorted conceptions across the world, trapped in their delusions, could not be freed except through this message and this messenger. And so, God the Almighty spoke the truth. Those who disbelieve, whether they be from among the people of the book or the polytheists, will not desist from their errant ways until there comes to them a clear proof, a messenger from God, reciting scriptures kept pure. Quran 98:1-2. Man cannot truly grasp the necessity of this message, nor the urgency of freeing himself from the errors and delusions in which humanity wandered, nor the need to find certainty in matters of faith until he reflects on the enormity of that heap of falsehoods. He must traverse the wilderness of misguided beliefs distorted perceptions, philosophies, myths, ideas, illusions, rituals, traditions, conditions, and practices that Islam came to confront. He must also recognize the extent of the confusion, the mixing of truth with falsehood, and the complexity that pervaded the remnants of heavenly religions, corrupted as they were by human distortions, interpretations, and additions. These remnants were further enmeshed in philosophies, paganism, and myths, creating an intricate web of errors. However, since the purpose of this discourse is not to detail these wayward conceptions, but rather to expound the Islamic worldview, its characteristics and its foundations, we shall limit ourselves to presenting a few examples of religious conceptions in Judaism and Christianity as they reached the Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula, and a few examples of the pagan notions prevalent among the Arabs, which Islam came to confront. The corruption of Jewish belief. The religion of the Israelites, Judaism, was riddled with both pagan notions and a nationalistic bias. The Israelites, descendants of Jacob, also known as Israel, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham, peace be upon them all, were given prophets who called them to pure monotheism. Chief among these was their forefather Abraham, who taught them the pure creed of Tawhid, the oneness of God. Their greatest prophet, Moses, peace be upon him, renewed this call to monotheism and brought them the Mosaic law which was based upon it. But over time, they deviated. They descended into paganism and incorporated myths into their holy books, embedding these distortions into the very fabric of their scriptures, the so-called Old Testament. They ascribed to God exalted be he descriptions no better than the basest pagan conceptions held by the Greeks and other idolaters who had never received divine guidance or revelation. The creed of monotheism established by their forefather Abraham, peace be upon him, was pure, radiant, and comprehensive. It stood in direct opposition to paganism, as vividly described in the Quran. Abraham admonished his sons to hold steadfastly to this creed, and Jacob, in turn, imparted the same counsel to his children before his death, and convey to them the story of Abraham, when he said to his father and his people, "What is it that you worship?" They replied, "We worship idols, and we remain devoted to them." He said, "Do they hear you when you call upon them, or do they benefit you or harm you?" They replied, "But we found our forefathers doing the same." He said, "Then do you see what you and your forefathers have been worshipping? Truly, they are enemies to me, except for the sustainer of all the worlds, he who created me. And it is he who guides me, he who gives me food and drink, and when I fall ill, it is he who heals me. He who causes me to die and then brings me to life again, and he who I hope will forgive me my sins on the day of judgment." Quran 26, 69, 82. And who would turn away from the creed of Abraham except one who debases his own soul? Indeed, we chose him in this world, and in the hereafter he shall be among the righteous. When his sustainer said to him, "Submit," he replied, "I have submitted to the sustainer of all the worlds." And Abraham enjoined upon his children, as did Jacob, "O my children, surely God has chosen this religion for you, so do not die except in a state of submission to him." Were you witnesses when death approached Jacob? He said to his sons, "What will you worship after me?" They said, "We will worship your God, the God of your forefathers, Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, one God, and to him we submit." Quran 2, 130, 133. From this pure monotheism, this radiant creed, and this firm belief in the hereafter, the descendants of Jacob degenerated. They continued in this degeneration until Moses, peace be upon him, came to them once more with the creed of monotheism and transcendence, renewing their covenant with God. The Quran recounts the essence of this creed brought by Moses to the Israelites and documents their retreat from it. "And we made a covenant with the children of Israel. Worship none but God, and be good to your parents and to kinfolk and to orphans and the needy. Speak kindly to people, establish prayer, and give the prescribed charity. But then you turned away, except for a few of you, and you are backsliders. And we made a covenant with you that you shall not shed one another's blood, or drive one another out of your homes. You acknowledged this and bore witness to it, yet here you are killing one another and driving some of your own people out of their homes, aiding one another against them in sin and enmity. Quran 2, 83, 85. And indeed Moses came to you with clear proofs, yet you took the calf for worship after he departed, and you were wrongdoers. And when we took your covenant and raised Mount Sinai above you, saying, Hold firmly to what we have given you and listen, you said, We hear and we disobey. And their hearts absorbed the worship of the calf because of their disbelief. Say, how vile is that which your faith commands you to do, if you indeed have faith? Quran 2, 92, 93. Their deviation began even while Moses was among them. They worshipped the golden calf fashioned for them by the Samurai, using the gold they had taken from the Egyptian women's jewelry. This is the calf mentioned in the verses above. Even before that, as they journeyed out of Egypt, they passed by a people devoted to idols and demanded of Moses, And we brought the children of Israel across the sea, and they came upon a people devoted to idols. They said, O Moses, make for us a god just as they have gods. He replied, Indeed, you are a people behaving ignorantly. Surely what they are engaged in is doomed to destruction, and false is what they have been doing. Quran 7, 138, 139. The Quran recounts many such deviations, exposing their corrupt conceptions of God, their idolatry and their paganism. The Jews said Ezra is the son of God. Quran 9:30. The Jews say God's hand is tied. Tied are their hands, and accursed are they for what they say. Nay, his hands are spread wide open, and he spends as he wills. Quran 5:64. Indeed, God has heard the words of those who said, God is poor and we are rich. We shall record what they said, as well as their killing of the prophets without just cause, and we shall say, Taste the punishment of the burning fire. Quran 3, 181. And when you said, O Moses, we shall not believe in you until we see God face to face, the thunderbolt seized you while you were looking on. Surah Al-Baqarah 55. From the delusion of nationalism and their belief that their God is a tribal deity, one who does not hold them accountable by the moral law except in their dealings with one another, while with strangers, the non-Jews, he does not judge them for any shameful behavior. From this deluded belief came their statement, which the Quran recounts. And among them are those who, if entrusted with a single coin, will not return it to you unless you stand over them constantly. That is because they say, We have no duty toward the Gentiles, and they tell a lie against God while they know it. Surah Al-Imran 75. Their corrupted scriptures have ascribed to their deity descriptions that are barely above the level of the pagan Greeks' depictions of their gods. It is mentioned in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, after Adam's sin of eating from the tree, which the writer of this chapter calls the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And they heard the voice of the Sustainer God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Sustainer God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Sustainer God called unto Adam and said to him, Where are you? And Adam said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked. So I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from? And the Sustainer God said, Behold, the man has become as one of us, knowing good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand, and take also from the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Therefore the Sustainer God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword which turned every way, to guard the way to the tree of life. And regarding the reason for the flood, it is mentioned in the same book. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Sustainer said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. And the Sustainer saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Sustainer that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. And the Sustainer said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast and creeping thing, and the fowls of the air. For it repents me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Sustainer. And in the 11th chapter of Genesis, after the earth was repopulated by the descendants of Noah, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech, and it came to pass, as they journeyed eastward, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to one another, Come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone and tar for mortar. And they said, Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. But the Sustainer came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men were building. And the Sustainer said, Behold, the people are one, and they all have one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing that they propose to do will be withheld from them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Sustainer scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they ceased building the city. Therefore its name was called Babel, because there the Sustainer confused the language of all the earth, and from there the Sustainer scattered them abroad upon the face of all the earth. And in the second book of Samuel, chapter 24, so the Sustainer sent a plague upon Israel from the morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 men of the people from Dan to Beersheba died. And when the angel stretched out his hand to destroy Jerusalem, the Sustainer relented concerning the disaster, and said to the angel who was destroying the people, It is enough, now restrain your hand. The state of Christianity was no better than that of Judaism. Indeed, it was far worse. Christianity infiltrated the Roman Empire at the peak of its paganism and moral decay. It began to spread until it succeeded in placing Constantine on the throne as emperor in the year 305 CE. Thus, Christianity entered the Roman Empire, not to subdue the empire to itself, but to be subdued to the empire's ancient paganism. In this regard, the American writer John William Draper writes in his book, The Conflict Between Religion and Science. Paganism and polytheism entered into Christianity through the influence of hypocrites who assumed high offices and important positions in the Roman state by pretending to embrace Christianity. These individuals cared nothing for religion and were never sincere in their faith. Constantine himself spent his life in tyranny and debauchery and adhered to the Church's teachings only slightly in the last years of his life in 337 CE. Although the Christian community had grown strong enough to place Constantine on the throne, it was unable to completely eradicate paganism or uproot its roots. The result of this struggle was the emergence of a new religion in which Christianity and paganism were equally manifest. Herein lies the fundamental difference between Islam and Christianity. Islam eradicated its rival, paganism, completely and propagated its beliefs in their pure and unadulterated form. This emperor, who was a slave to worldly ambitions and whose religious convictions were of no substance, saw that it was in his personal interest and in the interest of both competing factions, Christian and pagan, to unite them and reconcile their differences. Even the staunch Christians did not oppose this approach. Perhaps they believed that the new religion would flourish if it were adorned and refined with the ancient pagan doctrines, and that Christianity would eventually cleanse itself of the filth and impurities of paganism. But Christianity never did rid itself of the filth and impurities of paganism, nor of its mythological notions, as the steadfast Christians had hoped. Instead, it remained entangled in political, racial, and sectarian disputes, just as it remained steeped in pagan myths and philosophical speculations. This led to baseless divisions in doctrine. One faction claimed that Christ was purely human. Another claimed that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit were merely different manifestations of God's self-revelation to mankind, asserting that God, according to their belief, is composed of three persons: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Son, they said, was Christ. They claimed that God, who is the Father, descended in the form of the Holy Spirit and then incarnated as a human in Mary and was born of her in the form of Jesus. Another faction claimed that the Son was not eternal like the Father, but was instead created before the world and thus was inferior to and subordinate to the Father. Another faction denied that the Holy Spirit was a person at all. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE and the Council of Constantinople in 381 CE declared that the Son and the Holy Spirit were equal to the Father in divine unity, that the Son had been begotten eternally by the Father, and that the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father. The Council of Toledo in 589 CE added that the Holy Spirit also proceeded from the Son. This disagreement led to a schism between the Eastern and Western churches, which remains unresolved. Moreover, some among them deified Mary, just as they had deified Christ, peace be upon him. Historical misguidance and the divine call to truth. Dr. Alfred Butler, in his book The Arab Conquest of Egypt, translated by Professor Muhammad Farid Abu Hadid, writes, "The 5th and 6th centuries were a time of relentless struggle between the Egyptians and the Romans, a struggle fueled by differences in ethnicity and even more fiercely by differences in religion. The root of all evils at that time lay in the enmity between the Melkites and the Monophysites. The former, as their name suggests, were the imperial party aligned with the doctrines of the empire and the emperor. They adhered to the inherited orthodox belief in the dual nature of Christ. On the other hand, the Monophysites, primarily the Egyptian Copts, found this doctrine abhorrent and waged a passionate and unrelenting war against it. Their zeal reached such heights that it is difficult for us to comprehend or imagine such fervour in rational beings, let alone in people who claim to believe in the gospel. Sir Thomas W. Arnold, in his book The Preaching of Islam, makes note of this schism and Emperor Heraclius's attempt to reconcile it through a middle ground doctrine. A century before the Islamic conquest, Emperor Justinian had succeeded in giving the Roman Empire a semblance of unity. However, this fragile cohesion soon disintegrated after his death, leaving the empire in desperate need of a unifying national sentiment to bind its provinces to the central government. Heraclius, for his part, made considerable efforts to re-establish ties between the Syrian provinces and the imperial capital, but his attempts at reconciliation largely failed. Tragically, the measures he adopted to achieve unity only deepened the divisions. With nationalism absent, religious sentiment became the only remaining force capable of fostering unity. Thus, Heraclius sought to reinterpret Christian doctrine in a way that might pacify the warring factions, reconcile the dissenters with the Orthodox Church, and align them with the central government. The Council of Chalcedon, convened in 451 CE, had decreed that Christ must be acknowledged as existing in two natures, divine and human, without confusion, change, division, or separation. The distinction between the two natures was not to be abolished by their union, and each nature was to retain its respective properties while united in one person and one subsistence, the single Son and Word of God. Yet the Jacobites rejected this council outright, maintaining that Christ possessed only one nature. They argued that Christ, as the Son of God, embodied both divine and human attributes, but these attributes were united in a single, inseparable essence. Thus, they denied the duality of substance, asserting instead the indivisible unity of Christ's essence. For nearly 2 centuries, a fierce debate raged between the Orthodox faction and the Jacobites, who flourished particularly in Egypt and Syria regions at the fringes of the Byzantine Empire. It was during this time that Heraclius sought to mediate the conflict through the doctrine of monothelitism, which proposed that Christ possessed two natures but only one will. According to this doctrine, Christ, being both divine and human, acted through a single, unified divine-human will. This denied any division between the divine and human aspects of Christ's personhood, asserting instead that the incarnate Word of God possessed a single, indivisible will. However, Heraclius met the same fate as countless others who'd hoped to establish peace. Not only did the debate reignite with unprecedented ferocity, but Heraclius himself was branded a heretic, earning the wrath of both factions alike. The Quran refers to such theological deviations, admonishing the people of the book for their errors, correcting their misinterpretations, and restoring the original essence of the Christian faith as it was revealed by God before it was corrupted and distorted. They have certainly disbelieved who say that God is Christ, the Son of Mary, but Christ said, "O children of Israel, worship God, my sustainer and your sustainer." Indeed, whoever associates others with God, God has forbidden him paradise, and his refuge is the fire, and there are no helpers for the wrongdoers. They have certainly disbelieved who say, God is the third of three. And there is no God except one God. If they do not desist from what they are saying, a painful punishment will surely befall those who disbelieve among them. Will they not repent to God and seek his forgiveness? And God is forgiving, merciful. Christ, the Son of Mary, was no more than a messenger. Many messengers had passed away before him. His mother was a woman of truth. Both of them used to eat food. See how we make the signs clear to them, yet see how they are deluded. Say, do you worship besides God, that which has no power to harm or benefit you? And God is the all-hearing, all-knowing. Say, O people of the book, do not exceed the bounds of truth in your religion, nor follow the whims of people who went astray before, who misled many and themselves strayed from the straight path. Al-Ma'idah 72-77. The Jews say Ezra is the Son of God, and the Christians say the Messiah is the Son of God. That is their statement from their mouths. They imitate the sayings of those who disbelieved before them. May God destroy them. How are they deluded? At Tawbah 30. And beware when God will say, O Jesus, Son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as deities besides God? He will say, exalted are you. It was not for me to say that to which I have no right. If I had said it, you would have known it. You know what is within myself, and I do not know what is within yourself. Indeed, you are the knower of the unseen. I said nothing to them except what you commanded me to worship God, my sustainer and your sustainer. And I was a witness over them as long as I was among them. But when you took me up, you were the observer over them, and you are, over all things, witness. If you should punish them, indeed they are your servants. But if you forgive them, indeed it is you who are the exalted in might, the wise. Al-Ma'idah 116-118. Thus we observe the extent of deviation that crept into Christianity due to these historical circumstances leading to the adoption of mythological and pagan concepts. These deviations became the source of endless disputes and massacres over the course of centuries. As for the Arabian Peninsula, where the Quran was revealed, it was a land teeming with a chaotic mixture of beliefs and ideas. Among them were those imported from Persia and those infiltrated from Judaism and Christianity in their distorted forms, alongside the native idolatry that had degenerated from the pure monotheism of Abraham, which the Arabs had inherited but subsequently corrupted. The Quran refers to this heap of misguided beliefs with clarity. The Arabs claimed that the angels were daughters of God, despite their own disdain for daughters. They worshipped the angels or their idols, believing that they served as intercessors whose pleas were irresistible to God, and they attribute to him from his servants a portion. Indeed, man is clearly ungrateful. Has he taken daughters out of what he has created and chosen you for sons? And when one of them is given good tidings of that which he attributes to the most merciful as a likeness, his face becomes dark, and he suppresses grief. So is one brought up in ornaments while being during conflict unevident attributed to God. And they have made the angels, who are servants of the most merciful females. Did they witness their creation? Their testimony will be recorded, and they will be questioned. As Zukhruf 15:19. Unquestionably, to God belongs pure religion, and those who take protectors besides him say, we only worship them that they may bring us nearer to God in position. Indeed, God will judge between them concerning that over which they differ. Indeed, God does not guide he who is a liar and confirmed disbeliever. If God had intended to take a son, he could have chosen from what he creates whatever he willed. Exalted is he is God, the one, the prevailing. Azuma 3:4. And they worship besides God that which neither harms them nor benefits them, and they say, "These are our intercessors with God." Say, do you inform God of something he does not know in the heavens or on the earth? Exalted is he and high above what they associate with him. Yunus 18. And they claimed that there was a kinship between God, exalted is he, and paradise, and that he glorified as he had a consort from among them who bore him angels as offspring. They also worshipped the jinn. Al-Kalbi, in his book Al-Asnam, the Idols, said, the tribe of Banu Mulay from Khuza'ah worshipped the jinn. The Quran addresses this myth, saying, so ask them, O Prophet, are daughters to be ascribed to your sustainer, while sons are to be ascribed to them? Or did we create the angels as females while they were witnesses to this creation? Behold, it is out of their falsehood that they say, God has begotten offspring. And indeed, they are liars. Has he chosen daughters over sons? What is the matter with you? How do you judge? Will you not then reflect? Or do you have a clear authority? Then bring your scripture if you are truthful. And they have invented a kinship between him and the jinn, but the jinn themselves know that they will indeed be brought before him for reckoning. Glorified is God above what they ascribe to him, as Safat 149, 159. And on the day when he gathers them all together, he will say to the angels, are these the ones who used to worship you? They will say, exalted are you. You are our guardian, not they. Rather, they used to worship the jinn. Most of them were believers in them. Saba 40:41. Among them, idol worship became widespread. Some worshipped idols as representations of angels, others as representations of ancestors, and still others worshipped them for their own sake. The Kaaba, built for the worship of the one true God, had become overrun with idols, housing 360 of them alongside other larger idols scattered across the region. Among these, the Quran explicitly mentions names like Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat. One of the most prominent idols was Hubal, whom Abu Sufyan invoked on the day of Uhud, crying, exalt Hubal. Evidence that idols such as Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat were seen as representations of angels is found in the Quran, in Surah An-Najm. Have you then seen Al-Lat and Al-Uzza and Manat, the third, the other? Is it for you the males and for him the females? That then is a most unjust division. These are but names which you and your forefathers have invented, for which God has sent down no authority. They follow nothing but conjecture and what their souls desire, even though guidance has indeed come to them from their sustainer. Or shall man have whatever he desires? But to God belong the hereafter and the former life. And how many angels are there in the heavens whose intercession will avail nothing unless God permits it, for whom he wills and is pleased with? Truly, those who do not believe in the hereafter give the angels female names. Yet they have no knowledge thereof, they follow nothing but conjecture, and conjecture avails nothing against the truth. An-Najm, 1928. Their idolatry degenerated further to the point where they worshipped mere stones. Al-Bukhari narrates from Abu Raja al-Ataridi. We used to worship stones. When we found a stone better than the one we had, we would cast aside the old one and take the new one. If we could not find a stone, we would gather some soil, bring a sheep, milk it over the soil, and then circumambulate it. Al-Kalbi in Al-Asnam writes, when a man travelled, he would take 4 stones with him. He would select the best one and make it his deity, using the other 3 as supports for his cooking pot. When he departed, he would leave it behind. They also practiced the worship of celestial bodies, a practice inherited from the Persians. Sayyid writes, the tribe of Himyar worshipped the sun, Kinana worshipped the moon, Tamim worshipped Aldebaran, Lacham and Jutham worshipped Jupiter, Tai worshipped Sirius, and Qais worshipped the shooting star. The Quran addresses this directly in Surah Fussilat. Do not prostrate to the sun or the moon, but prostrate to God who created them, if it is him that you worship. Fussilat 37. And in Surah An-Najm, and that he alone is the sustainer of Sirius. An-Najm 49. The Quran frequently points to the creation of stars and celestial bodies, affirming God's lordship over them as part of his creation, thereby negating their divinity and the legitimacy of their worship. In general, idolatry permeated their lives, forming the foundation of their corrupt rituals, which the Quran denounces in numerous verses. Among their practices was the dedication of certain crops and livestock to their so-called deities, claiming that these portions were not for God. Sometimes they would forbid themselves certain foods or restrict them to males while denying them to females. At times, they even sacrificed their children to these false gods, as in the case of Abdul Muttalib, who vowed to sacrifice his 10th son if 10 sons were granted to him for protection. That son was Abdullah, whom he ransomed with 100 camels. The authority for issuing rulings on such rituals rested with soothsayers and priests. The Quran says, "And they assign to God a share of what he has produced, of crops and livestock, saying, 'This is for God,' by their claim, 'and this is for our partners.' But what is for their partners does not reach God, while what is for God reaches their partners. Evil is what they judge. And likewise their partners have made attractive to many of the idolaters the killing of their children, in order to lead them to their destruction, and to obscure for them their religion. Had God willed, they would not have done so, so leave them and what they fabricate. And they say, 'These are forbidden livestock and crops. None may eat them except whom we will by their claim, and there are livestock whose backs are forbidden for riding or for slaughter, and they attribute lies to God. He will repay them for what they used to fabricate.' They have certainly lost those who killed their children foolishly without knowledge and prohibited what God had provided for them, inventing lies against God. They have gone astray and were not guided." Al-An'am 136-140. The concept of pure monotheism was the most alien idea to them, as was the idea of resurrection, despite their acknowledgement of God's existence as the creator of the heavens and the earth. However, they refused to accept the implications of this monotheism, that God alone should govern their lives, determine what is lawful and unlawful, and be the ultimate arbiter of all matters in this world and the hereafter. This rejection is highlighted in the Quran, and they marveled that a warner had come to them from among themselves, and the disbelievers said, "This is a magician, a liar. Has he made all the gods into one God? Indeed, this is something astonishing." And the eminent among them went forth, saying, "Continue steadfast in your worship of your gods. Indeed, this is a thing intended. We have not heard of this in the former faith. This is nothing but an invention." Sad 4:7. And those who disbelieve say, "Shall we show you a man who will tell you that when you have been utterly disintegrated, you will indeed be created anew? Has he invented a lie against God, or is he mad? Nay, but those who do not believe in the hereafter are in torment and profound error." Saba 7:8. Such was the distorted worldview in the Arabian Peninsula, which was further compounded by remnants of corrupted divine religions that prevailed in both the East and the West at the time Islam emerged. Together, they formed a heavy burden upon the human conscience, a burden from which systems, customs, ethics and values were all derived. Thus, Islam's greatest concern was to liberate the matter of belief, to establish the correct understanding of the divine reality, and to define the relationship between the Creator and his creation. Upon this foundation, all systems, customs, social and economic relations, political structures and moral values could be built. For none of these matters can achieve stability unless the reality of divine oneness is firmly established and its attributes clearly defined. Islam devoted special attention to clarifying the divine attributes, those related to creation, will, authority and governance, as well as the nature of the relationship between God and humanity. Much of the confusion and misguidance in earlier religions and philosophies revolved around these critical matters, profoundly affecting human conscience and shaping the course of human life. Islam came as a correction for every form of confusion that afflicted distorted religions and misguided philosophies, whether they preceded Islam or emerged afterward. This remarkable phenomenon serves as one of the clearest signs of Islam's divine origin, for it embraces all that humanity has conceived or will conceive, rectifying and refining it. The effort of Islam in affirming the truth about God and the nature of his relationship with creation. Whoever reflects upon the sustained and far-reaching effort exerted by Islam to establish the decisive word regarding the essence of God. Glorified and exalted is he and his attributes, and his relationship with creation, as well as the relationship of creation with him, will find this effort embodied in numerous texts, notably in the Meccan Quran, and generally throughout the entire Quran. Yet, to grasp the significance of this endeavour, one must first consider the immense and burdensome mass of Jahiliyyah, that humanity was mired in an all-encompassing confusion that afflicted all of mankind. Humanity continued to stumble within this darkness whenever it deviated from the path of God, turned away from his guidance and followed divergent ways, thereby straying far from his singular straight way. To review this effort without reflecting on that abyss of Jahiliyyah is to risk failing to comprehend the necessity of the Quran's persistent and emphatic affirmation, nor the meticulous precision with which it addresses the pathways of the human conscience and life itself. However, when one revisits that abyss of Jahiliyyah, it becomes clear why such an effort was indispensable, and the grandeur of the role this divine creed has played in liberating the human conscience and emancipating it, in setting the human mind free and unleashing its potential, and in bringing liberation to all aspects of life itself, a life that stands inevitably on the foundation of belief and conceptual understanding. Only then do we realize the profound value of this liberation in establishing human life upon a sound and upright foundation, one that ensures the well-being of humanity and spares it from corruption, confusion, oppression, and humiliation. And only then do we appreciate the wisdom in the words of Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him. The bonds of Islam will be undone one by those who grow up in Islam without knowing the days of Jahiliyyah. For only those who have known Jahiliyyah can truly grasp the value of Islam and understand how it represents the mercy of God manifest in this divine gift and the blessing of God realized through it. The beauty, perfection, and harmony of this creed, its simplicity in conveying the great truth it represents, become most evident when viewed against the backdrop of the accumulated Jahiliyyah, both pre-Islamic and post-Islamic. Only then does this creed appear as a true mercy, a mercy for the heart and the mind, a mercy for life and all living beings, a mercy revealed in its beauty, simplicity, clarity, harmony, nearness, intimacy, and profound resonance with the unspoiled human nature. And so how true are the words of God, the Most High? Is one who walks prone upon his face more rightly guided, or one who walks upright on a straight path? Quran 67:22. The unique characteristics of the Islamic worldview. The colour of God, and who is better than God in colouring? Quran 2:138. The Islamic worldview has its distinctive features that set it apart from all other perspectives. It grants it its independent character, its unique nature that neither merges with other worldviews nor derives from them. These features are numerous and varied, yet they all converge upon one central characteristic, from which all others emanate and to which they ultimately return, the characteristic of divine origin, Rabbaniya. Indeed, it is a worldview of divine origin, coming from God with all its attributes and essential components. It was received by humanity as a complete entity with all its characteristics and elements, not for humans to add to it or diminish from it, but for them to align themselves with it and implement its requirements in their lives. This worldview, therefore, is not subject to evolution or alteration in its essence. Rather, humanity evolves within its framework, advancing in its understanding of it and in responding to it. Humanity continues to develop, progress and grow, while this framework remains vast enough to encompass it at every stage, and this worldview continues to lead it forward. For the source of this worldview is the same as the source that created humanity, the Creator, the Sustainer, who knows the nature of man and the ever-changing needs of his life across the expanse of time. It is he who embedded within this worldview the qualities necessary to meet these evolving needs within the bounds of this divine framework. In contrast, the worldviews, ideologies, and systems devised by human beings, disconnected from divine guidance, are constantly in need of revision. Their principles must be altered, their foundations reshaped, and at times they must even be overthrown entirely as they fail to accommodate the evolving nature and needs of humanity. This is because they are the creations of human beings, short-sighted creatures who can only perceive what is immediately apparent to them within a limited period of time and a particular context. Their vision is further clouded by the inherent deficiencies of human nature, jahiliyyah, desires, passions and biases. The Islamic worldview, by virtue of its divine origin, stands in stark contrast to these human constructs. It does not require change or revision, for its author sees without the limitations of time and space, knows without the barriers of jahiliyyah and imperfection, and chooses without the influence of desires or emotional impulses. Thus, this worldview is designed to serve all of humanity across all times and circumstances, providing a stable foundation within which humanity may evolve, progress and advance without ever reaching a point of conflict with its boundaries. Movement is indeed a law of the universe, and it is also a law of human life as a segment of the broader cosmic order. However, this movement is not without limit or restraint, nor is it without guidance or system. Every star, every planet has its orbit and its axis. Likewise, human life must have a fixed axis and a defined orbit. Without them, it would descend into chaos and destruction, just as a star would if it were to break free from its orbit, or continuously change its axis without order or control. Thus, the divine worldview was established as a fixed axis around which human life must revolve and as a framework within which it must move. This framework is designed to encompass humanity at all times, guiding it as it grows and advances. It is perfect and complete, requiring neither augmentation nor supplementation from external sources. It does not accept foreign parts to be grafted onto it, for it is the creation of God, and nothing crafted by others can harmonize with it. Human beings are incapable of adding to it or altering it in any way. Rather, it came to enrich humanity, to develop, refine, and elevate it, perpetually driving it forward. It came to awaken the full potential of the human heart and mind, and to set them free to work with complete positivity, while also ensuring their alignment and guidance. It leads all human faculties to produce their best fruits, protected from dissipation in unworthy pursuits, from stagnation that prevents their realization, from deviation from their natural paths, and from corruption by any of the forces that can taint them. This worldview, in achieving all this, does not need to borrow from external sources, nor does it require any blood other than its own or any methodology other than its own. On the contrary, it insists on maintaining its uniqueness in human life, with its own concepts, inspirations, methods and tools. Only by doing so can human life harmonize with the larger cosmic order within which it exists, ensuring that its movement does not clash with the movement of the universe, thereby avoiding harm and ruin. This worldview is therefore comprehensive and balanced. It considers all aspects of human existence first and foremost, while also ensuring the balance and harmony of these aspects. Finally, it takes into account all stages of human existence and ensures the equilibrium of these stages as well. This is because its creator is the same creator who fashioned humanity, who knows his creation, and who is the subtle, the all-aware. Nothing in the life of this species is hidden from him, nor is anything in the circumstances surrounding its existence beyond his knowledge. Consequently, he has provided it with the correct, all-encompassing worldview that addresses every aspect of its being and every stage of its journey. It is a balanced worldview that aligns with the reality of human existence and with all the conditions of its life. This is the sole criterion, and thus it is the only scale to which humanity must return in every place and every time, with its perceptions and values, its methodologies and systems, its states and circumstances, and its morals and deeds, so that one may know where one stands with regard to the truth and where one stands with regard to God. There is no other scale to turn to, no pre-existing or subsequent criteria to refer to in this matter. Rather, one must derive one's values and standards from this divine conception, shaping one's intellect and heart according to it, imprinting one's emotions and behavior with its essence, and referring to it in all matters that arise. If you disagree over anything, refer it to God and the messenger. If you believe in God and the last day, that is the best way and best in result. Surah Al-Nisa 59. In this fundamental characteristic of the Islamic conception, which defines its very nature, and in all the traits that emanate from it, one can clearly perceive the uniqueness of this conception, its distinct features, its unmistakable personality. This makes it a grave methodological error to attempt borrowing any scale or any methodology of thought commonly found among human beings, those of the earthly world, to deal with this unique, independent and original divine conception. Nor should one draw from or add to this God-given, all-encompassing system. This principle will become increasingly evident as we delve deeper into this discussion. For now, it suffices to state that this rule must be carefully observed in every Islamic study and in every field of Islamic thought or methodology. This is the decisive crossroads. Now let us examine this fundamental characteristic and the traits that issue from it with some clarification and detail. Divine origin, Rabbaniya. Say, verily my sustainer has guided me to a straight path. Surah Al-An'am 161. The divine origin is the foremost characteristic of the Islamic conception, and it is also the source of all its other characteristics. This conception is one of belief, revealed by God, glorified be He, and derived solely from Him. It is not drawn from any other source. This distinguishes it from philosophical conceptions, which are the product of human thought concerning divine reality, cosmic reality, human reality, or the relationships between these realities. Similarly, it is distinct from pagan beliefs which arise from human emotions, imaginations, illusions, and perceptions. One can assert with complete confidence that the Islamic conception is the only belief system that remains purely divine in its origin and essence. The revealed beliefs of earlier religions have been subject to distortion in various forms, as we have seen. To the original scriptures, human interpretations, conceptions, explanations, additions, and information have been appended, blending with the divine essence and altering its divine nature. Islam alone has remained preserved in its original integrity, untainted by any corruption of its pure source, unadulterated by the mixing of truth with falsehood. God's promise in this regard has been fulfilled. Indeed, it is we who sent down the reminder, and indeed, we will be its guardian. Surah Al-Hijr 9. This incontrovertible fact endows the Islamic conception with its unique value. At the crossroads of philosophy and belief, the fundamental distinction between philosophical conceptions and belief-based conceptions in general is that philosophy arises from human thought, constructed by the human mind, in an attempt to explain existence and humanity's relationship to it. But it remains confined to the realm of cold intellectual knowledge. Belief-based conceptions, by contrast, emanate from the depths of human consciousness, interacting with emotions and manifesting in practical life. They form a living bond between humanity and existence, or between humanity and the creator of existence. The Islamic conception, moreover, is distinct even from general belief-based systems, as it is, as we have said, a divine conception. It is issued from God to humankind, not fabricated by humanity. It is received by the entirety of human nature from its creator. Human nature does not create it, as it does pagan and philosophical conceptions, despite the differences between the two. Humanity's role is to receive it, comprehend it, conform to it, and apply its requirements in human life. The divine source that brought us this conception, the Quran, declares explicitly that it is entirely from God, a gift for humanity from His bounty, a mercy to them from His presence. Human thought, including the thought of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or the thought of all prophets, as they were all sent with this same conception in its essence, did not participate in its creation. Rather, it was received as revelation, to be guided by it and to guide others. This guidance itself is a gift from God, who opens hearts to it. The role of the prophet, any prophet, is simply to convey it accurately and faithfully, without mixing the divine revelation with any human thought, referred to by God as whim, hawa. The opening of hearts to this guidance, however, lies beyond the prophet's capacity and is solely within the domain of God, and thus we have revealed to you a soul that is the Quran by our command. You did not know what the book was or what faith was, but we have made it a light by which we guide whom we will of our servants. And indeed you guide to a straight path, the path of God, to whom belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Unquestionably to God do all matters return. Surah Al-Shura 52-53. By the star when it descends, your companion Muhammad has not strayed, nor has he erred, nor does he speak from his own inclination. It is not but a revelation revealed. Surah Al-Najm 1:4. And if he'd made up about us some false sayings, we would have seized him by the right hand. Then we would have cut from him the aorta, and there is no one of you who could prevent us from him. Surah Al-Haqqa 44-47. O Messenger, convey that which has been revealed to you from your sustainer, and if you do not, then you have not conveyed his message. Surah Al-Ma'idah 67. Indeed, O Muhammad, you do not guide whom you like, but God guides whom he wills, and he is most knowing of the rightly guided. Surah Al-Qasas 56. So whoever God wants to guide, he expands his breast to accept Islam, and whoever he wants to misguide, he makes his breast tight and constricted as though he were climbing into the sky. Surah Al-An'am 125. This emphasis on the divine source of this conception is what gives it its essential and supreme value. It is the sole guarantee that this conception is free from deficiency, jahiliyyah, or bias traits inherent in all human endeavors, which are evident in every human-constructed conception, from paganism to philosophy, or even in the distortions introduced into earlier revealed beliefs. It is also the guarantee that this conception is in harmony with human nature, fulfilling all its aspects and meeting all its needs. Thus, it is the conception upon which the most upright and comprehensive system of life can be built. But if human thought has not itself originated this concept, it is not thereby excluded from its domain, nor is it forbidden to engage with it. However, its task is to receive, perceive, adapt, and apply this concept to the realities of life. Yet, the correct methodological principle for reception, as we have pointed out in A Word on Methodology, is this. Human thought must not approach this concept with preconceived notions derived from any external source, nor from its own self-conceived premises, judging and weighing this concept by those standards. Rather, it must derive its standards and principles from this concept itself, aligning itself with it and adhering to its methodology, just as it receives objective truths within this concept from their divine source, not from any other external source. Thus, this concept serves as the criterion to which all that pertains to human existence, emotions, thoughts, values, and perceptions must ultimately refer in the course of practical life. This ensures that they are elevated to their proper place, their truth separated from their falsehood, and their soundness distinguished from their corruption. If you differ in anything among yourselves, refer it to God and his messenger. An-Nisa 59. At the same time, human thought within the framework of this concept is considered a noble and invaluable tool. It is tasked with comprehending the characteristics and essential components of this concept, deriving them from their divine source and applying them to the surrounding values and conditions. This must be done without adding to them from external sources, nor diminishing them in any way. The Islamic methodology of education provides this noble tool with the utmost care and attention, refining, guiding, and inspiring it to work in every field for which it was designed. Yet it must be emphasized that thought is not the sole faculty involved in receiving this concept. Rather, it participates in its reception alongside other dimensions of human existence. For the distinguishing feature of this concept, stemming from its divine origin, is that it addresses the entirety of human existence, encompassing it fully and entering within the scope of its perception. Those aspects of it which elude comprehension in terms of their essence or modality are nevertheless accepted with calm assurance, for they remain within the rational framework of human intuition. This intuition readily acknowledges a simple truth, that the realm encompassed by this concept, including the essence and attributes of the divine self, as well as the manner and modality of God's will concerning creation, is infinitely greater and more expansive than the entirety of human existence. It is a domain of eternal, absolute, and boundless reality, while human existence, like all created things, is confined within the limits of time and space, unable to transcend them in any way, let alone encompass the absolute and infinite. O assembly of jinn and men, if you can pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass, but you will not pass except by authority. Ar-Rahman 33. No vision can encompass him, but he encompasses all vision, and he is the subtle, the all-aware. Al-An'am 103. Thus the entirety of human existence, not thought alone, is incapable of functioning beyond these limits. Its role is to receive from the absolute divine self, which encompasses all existence, and to do so within the natural bounds of human nature and function. Let us clarify this further. Man is governed, first and foremost, by his nature, that of a created being, one that is neither absolute nor infinite, neither eternal nor everlasting. Consequently, his understanding must necessarily be limited by the constraints of his nature. Moreover, he is governed by his function, the role of vicegerency on earth, which aims to fulfill the meaning of worshipping God therein, as we shall discuss. For this purpose, he has been endowed with an understanding suited to his role, neither deficient nor excessive. There are many matters unnecessary for this function, and thus man has not been granted the ability to comprehend them, whether in terms of their essence or their modality. However, he has been granted the ability to acknowledge their possibility, attributing this to his awareness of God's boundless will on the one hand, and on the other, to his recognition of himself as a created finite being who cannot encompass the attributes of the eternal infinite being who encompasses all things. The Quran refers to certain aspects that lie beyond human comprehension, whether in their essence or modality, either because they transcend the limits of human nature or because they are unnecessary for man's designated role. It also highlights the way in which a sound, believing disposition should approach such matters. One of these aspects is the nature of the divine self. The human existence cannot comprehend it, for nothing within its experience resembles it in such a way that it could serve as a point of comparison or analogy. No vision can encompass him, but he encompasses all vision. Al-An'am 103. There is nothing like unto him. Ash-Shura 11. Do not coin comparisons for God. An-Nahl 74. Another aspect is the divine will and its manner of relating to creation. He said, "My sustainer, how can I have a boy when I am so old and my wife is barren?" He said, "Thus does God do whatever he wills." Al-Imran 40. She said, "My sustainer, how can I have a boy when no man has touched me?" He said, "Thus God creates what he wills. When he decrees a matter, he only says to it, 'Be,' and it is." Al-Imran 47. Here, no explanation of the modality is given, for it lies beyond human comprehension. All who have attempted to articulate the how have stumbled and erred, for they measured it against the modalities of human action, and how vast is the difference. Another such matter is the nature of the soul, whether it refers to life, the angel Gabriel, or divine revelation. They ask you about the soul. Say, "The soul is of the affair of my sustainer, and you have been given only a little knowledge." Al-Isra 85. Similarly, the unseen realm remains hidden from human knowledge, except to the extent that God reveals it to whomever he wills. With him are the keys to the unseen, none knows them but he. Al-An'am 59. He is the knower of the unseen, and he does not disclose his unseen to anyone except to a messenger whom he has chosen. Al-Jinn 26:27. Say, I do not say to you that I possess the treasures of God, nor that I know the unseen. Al-An'am 50. No soul knows what it will earn tomorrow, nor does any soul know in which land it will die. Luqman 34. One specific element of the unseen is the timing of the hour. Indeed, with God is knowledge of the hour. Luqman 34. They ask you about the hour. When will its arrival be? What can you tell of it? Its ultimate knowledge rests with your sustainer. You are but a warner for those who fear it. It will seem to them, on the day they see it, as though they had tarried in this world no longer than an evening or its morning. An-Nazi'at 42:46. But it will come upon them suddenly, confounding them, and they will be unable to repel it, nor will they be given respite. Al-Anbiya 40. God, in his wisdom, shows mankind how such matters which lie beyond human comprehension should be received. It is he who has sent down to you the book. In it are verses that are clear, they are the foundation of the book, and others that are ambiguous. As for those in whose hearts is deviation, they follow that which is ambiguous, seeking discord and seeking its interpretation. But no one knows its interpretation except God. And those firm in knowledge say, "We believe in it, all of it is from our sustainer." And none will be mindful except those of understanding. Al-Imran 7. Our sustainer, do not let our hearts deviate after you have guided us, and grant us mercy from yourself. Indeed, you are the bestower. Al-Imran 8. Beyond these specific matters, human thought, or more broadly, human understanding, is called upon to reflect, ponder, observe, and engage with the implications of this concept, both in the inner realm of the soul and the external realm of reality. It is to act positively and implement the vast, comprehensive vision it entails. No religion has accorded the human intellect such honor, awakening it, refining its methodology, and inspiring it to action, while simultaneously liberating it from the chains of superstition and falsehood, as Islam has done. At the same time, it safeguards the intellect from aimless wandering and blind confusion, guiding it with clarity and purpose. No religion has ever directed humanity's attention to the laws of God in the realms of the self and the universe, to the nature of this cosmos and the nature of man, to his latent potential and inherent positive attributes, and to the divine laws governing human life as reflected in the chronicles of history, as comprehensively and profoundly as Islam has done. In cultivating human understanding, refining it, and guiding its methodology of observation and judgment, Islam declares, "And do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. Verily, the hearing, the sight, and the heart, all of these will be called to account." Al-Isra 36. O you who believe, avoid much suspicion, for indeed some suspicion is sin. Al-Hujurat 12. And most of them follow nothing but conjecture. Indeed, conjecture avails nothing against the truth. Yunus 36. They have no knowledge of this, they do nothing but guess. Az-Zukhruf 20. In contemplating the signs of God in the self and the universe, he commands, "Say, look at whatever is in the heavens and the earth." Yunus 101. And on the earth are signs for those of sure faith, and in yourselves as well. Will you not then see? At-Dariyat 20:21. We shall show them our signs in the horizons and in their own selves until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth. Fussilat 53. And in reflecting upon the laws of God as they unfold in human life, in the fates of those who came before and the lessons of history, he says, "Say, travel through the earth and observe how creation began. Then God will bring about the next creation. Indeed, God is over all things competent." Al-Ankabut 20. Have they not travelled through the land and seen what was the end of those who came before them? They were greater than them in strength, and they tilled the earth and developed it more than they themselves have done. And their messengers came to them with clear proofs. But it was not God who wronged them, rather it was they who wronged themselves. Then the end of those who committed evil was the worst consequence, because they denied the signs of God and mocked them. Ar-Rum 9:10. Do they not see that we are gradually reducing the land from its borders? And God decrees, there is no repeller of his decree, and he is swift in reckoning. Ar-Ra'd 41. Examples of such divine directives abound in the Quran, forming a complete methodology for cultivating and refining human understanding and guiding it towards the truth. Many of these examples will appear in the chapters to come. Yet God, the creator of man, who knows the reality of his capacities, was fully aware that just as he endowed man with the ability to comprehend the laws of matter and to explore the forces of the universe for his role as vicegerent on earth, he withheld from him the secrets of life, its essence, the nature of its existence and its workings. Likewise, the mysteries of man's spiritual and intellectual composition remain concealed from him. Even the physical aspects of his being that are connected to his spiritual and intellectual activity remain largely unknown. This was candidly acknowledged by one of the most eminent scientists of the 20th century, Dr. Alexis Carrel, in his book Man, the Unknown. He writes with sincerity and clarity, "The human race has made tremendous efforts to know itself. Yet, despite possessing a treasure trove of observations accumulated by scientists, philosophers, poets, and great spiritual thinkers throughout the ages, we have only been able to understand certain aspects of ourselves. We do not understand man as a whole. We know him merely as a collection of disparate parts. Even these parts are constructs of our own methods. Each of us is composed of a procession of shadows moving amidst an unknown reality. The truth is that our jahiliyyah is profound. Most of the questions posed by those who study the human race remain unanswered, for vast areas of our inner world remain uncharted. To this day, we do not know the answers to many questions, such as, how do the molecules of chemical substances unite to form the structures and temporary organs of the cell? How do the genes, the units of heredity contained within the nucleus of a fertilized egg, determine the characteristics of the individual derived from that egg? How do cells spontaneously organize themselves into groups, such as tissues and organs? Like ants or bees, they seem to intuitively know the roles they are destined to play in the life of the whole, aided by hidden mechanical processes to construct a body that is both simple and complex at the same time. What is the nature of our psychological and physiological makeup? We know that we are composed of tissues, organs, mechanisms, and emotions, but the relationship between emotion and the brain remains a mystery. We still lack nearly complete information about the physiology of nerve cells. To what extent does the will influence the body? How does the condition of the organs affect the mind? How can the organic and mental traits inherited by each person be altered by lifestyle, the chemical composition of food, climate, and psychological and ethical systems? We remain far from understanding the relationships between the skeletal structure, muscles, organs, and the realms of mental and spiritual activity. We are still ignorant of the factors that create nervous balance, resistance to fatigue, and the capacity to combat diseases. We do not know how moral sensitivity, sound judgment, and courage can be enhanced. Nor do we know the relative significance of mental, moral, and religious activity. Which forms of activity are responsible for the exchange of feelings and thoughts? There is no doubt that certain physiological and mental factors determine happiness or misery, success or failure. Yet we do not know what these factors are. We are incapable of artificially bestowing upon anyone the capacity for happiness. To this day, we do not know which environments are most conducive to the development and progress of civilized man. Is it possible to suppress the spirit of struggle, the effort and the burden we feel due to our physiological and spiritual constitution? How can we prevent the degeneration and decline of man in modern civilization? These questions remain unanswered. It is evident that all the progress achieved by scientists in studying man is still insufficient, and our knowledge of ourselves remains primitive in many respects. Man, the Unknown, pp. 6:18. Such is the extent of our jahiliyyah regarding the reality of man, one of the fundamental truths encompassed by the comprehensive Islamic worldview. Indeed, our jahiliyyah extends even to the smallest and most apparent aspects of this reality, as acknowledged by one of the greatest scientists of the 20th century, a figure whose knowledge is beyond dispute and whose stature is uncontested in both the old and new worlds. As for the reasons behind this jahiliyyah, Dr. Carrel attributes them based on his scientific methodology, as it is known in the West, and his observations within the context of his Western environment and the framework of scientific inquiry, to several factors, some of which we agree with. He writes, "Our jahiliyyah may be attributed at the same time to the way of life of our ancestors, to our complex nature, and to the structure of our minds. The author delves into the first two reasons in precise detail, though those do not concern us here. We may therefore move directly to his discussion of the third reason. He writes, "There is yet another reason for the slowness that has characterized our understanding of ourselves. The structure of our minds delights in contemplating simple truths. We experience a certain aversion when we are forced to grapple with a complex problem, such as the composition of living beings or humanity itself. The mind, as Bergson aptly remarks, is naturally incapable of fully understanding life. By contrast, we find joy in uncovering, in all realms, those patterns that mirror the forms embedded deep within our consciousness. The precision of proportion evident in our statues and the perfection of our machines express a fundamental characteristic of our minds. Geometry, for instance, does not exist in the natural world. We created it. The methods of nature are never as precise as the methods of man. We do not find in the natural world the clarity, simplicity, or relationships between elements that lend themselves to mathematical description. It is this capacity for abstraction that the human mind enjoys, and it is this capacity that has been responsible for the remarkable advances achieved by natural sciences and chemistry. The study of the natural and chemical aspects of living organisms has met with similar success. The laws of nature and chemistry are consistent in both the realms of living beings and inanimate matter, a fact that Claude Bernard surmised long ago. This explains why modern physiology has discovered, for example, that the maintenance of blood alkalinity is governed by the same principles as the alkalinity of ocean water, and that the energy consumed by contracting muscles is derived from the fermentation of sugar, and so on. The physical and chemical aspects of living organisms are almost as accessible to examination as those of other entities in the material world. This is the task that physiology has successfully undertaken. However, the study of true physiological phenomena, those that arise from the intricate organization of living beings, faces far greater obstacles. The extreme minuteness of the elements that must be analyzed makes it impossible to employ the conventional techniques of natural sciences and chemistry. For instance, what method could possibly unveil the chemical composition of the nucleus of a reproductive cell, or the chromosomes, or the genes, the carriers of heredity that comprise these chromosomes? Nevertheless, this minuscule aggregate of chemical substances is of immense significance, for it contains the destiny of the individual and the species. Moreover, the susceptibility of certain tissues, such as neural matter, to damage is so great that studying them in a living state is almost impossible. We possess no means to penetrate the depths of the brain and its mysteries, or to comprehend the harmonious interplay of its cells. Our minds, which revel in the simple beauty of mathematical structures, are overwhelmed with dread when confronted with the immense complexity of the cells, fluids, and sensations that constitute the individual. As a result, we attempt to impose upon this intricate mixture the ideas that have proven useful in the realms of nature, chemistry, and mechanics, as well as in philosophical and religious systems. Yet such attempts meet with little success, for our bodies cannot be reduced to a mere natural chemical system, nor to a purely spiritual essence. Certainly the science of humanity must draw upon the insights of all other sciences, but it must also cultivate its own unique perspectives, for it is a fundamental science, like the sciences of molecules, atoms, and electrons. He concludes this chapter by saying, "In summary, the slow progress in understanding human nature when compared to the remarkable advances in the natural sciences, astronomy, chemistry, and mechanics can be attributed to two primary factors: the lack of leisure available to our ancestors and the structure of our minds. These obstacles are fundamental, and there is no hope of completely overcoming them. Surmounting them will remain an arduous endeavor, demanding relentless effort. Our understanding of ourselves will never reach the same level of clarity, simplicity, and beauty that the study of matter has attained. It is unlikely that the factors that have hindered the progress of the science of humanity will ever disappear. Thus, we must clearly acknowledge that the science of humanity is the most challenging of all sciences. This, then, is his explanation for humanity's jahiliyyah of its own essence, even of the smallest aspects of this essence, from the perspective of a great Western scholar. No matter how much we may differ with him in his approach to the issue, we cannot dismiss this testimony, for in it he touches upon the fundamental reason, the nature of the human mind itself. This nature is intrinsically linked to humanity's role on earth, the role of stewardship, khilafa. This role necessitates that the structure of the human mind be designed in this specific way, for it is the most suitable design for fulfilling this function. Humanity will continue to advance in understanding the laws of matter and in harnessing them, just as it will continue to uncover aspects of the mystery of its own essence beyond what has already been known. Yet the ultimate secrets of human existence will forever remain hidden. The mystery of life and death will remain shrouded, and the secret of the human soul will remain beyond the grasp of human perception, for none of these mysteries are essential to fulfilling humanity's primary role. In any case, from this testimony alone, two glaring truths emerge. First, the mercy of God upon humanity, in not leaving it with its jahiliyyah, as attested by one of its greatest scholars of the 20th century, to construct its own conceptual framework of belief. Such a framework would require a comprehensive explanation not only of the unknown essence of humanity, but also of the supreme divine reality, the nature of life, and the intricate connections between all these truths. God's mercy spared humanity from having to formulate its own way of life, its system of governance, and its laws and regulations, all of which demand comprehensive knowledge not only of the essence of humanity, but also of the nature of the universe in which humanity lives, the essence of life to which humanity belongs, and the supreme creative power that governs this universe and all within it. Second, the arrogance displayed by those among humanity, both past and present, who have taken it upon themselves to construct comprehensive explanations of the universe, life, and humanity, and to design systems of governance and laws for human societies. Such arrogance, rooted in profound jahiliyyah, has inevitably led to the confusion and chaos in human thought, the corruption and inadequacy of human systems, and the misery and suffering that have plagued human life. These are the natural consequences and the bitter fruits of such reprehensible arrogance and profound jahiliyyah. The divine conceptual framework, which humanity receives as a pure gift from God, has spared humanity the toil of constructing it and the waste of its energy in a realm for which it was neither equipped nor guided. Instead, humanity is tasked with receiving this divine gift, understanding it, conforming to it, and using it as the foundation for its way of life and the measure of its values. When humanity departs from this divine framework, it becomes lost and confused, stumbling blindly, producing ideas and deviations that provoke both laughter and tears. It suffers and falters under the weight of the systems and structures it builds upon the foundation of its profound jahiliyyah and misguided efforts. For while attempts have recently been made to probe the mysteries of human existence, the journey ahead remains long and arduous, despite the exaggerated claims propagated by materialist ideologies and their centers of propaganda. In this regard, the distinguished scholar Abu al-Hasan al-Nadwi writes in his valuable book, What the World Lost by the Decline of the Muslims. The prophets, peace be upon them, had informed mankind about the essence of God, his attributes and his actions. They spoke of the beginning of this world and its ultimate destiny, as well as of what will confront man after death. All this knowledge was conveyed to humanity effortlessly through them, sparing people the toil of seeking and examining matters for which they possessed neither the foundational principles nor the prerequisites necessary to build their inquiries and arrive at the unknown. For such knowledge lies beyond the grasp of the senses and the natural world. It cannot be perceived by human faculties, nor can it be deduced from the limited information available to man. Yet humanity failed to show gratitude for this blessing. They reverted to jahiliyyah, starting anew their quest for knowledge as if from the very beginning. They embarked on a journey through uncharted territories where no guide could direct them, nor any pathfinder lead the way. In doing so, they wandered further astray, enduring greater hardship and occupying themselves with futile endeavors like a pioneer who, dissatisfied with the accumulated knowledge of human geography and the maps refined and perfected over generations, attempts to measure the height of mountains and the depth of seas anew, testing deserts, distances and borders by himself. With his short lifespan, limited strength and lack of tools, he soon finds his mount exhausted, his resolve faltering, and returns with incomplete notes and distorted observations. In the same way, those who ventured into theology without insight and without guidance brought forth crude opinions, incomplete knowledge, fleeting notions, and hasty theories. Thus they went astray and led others astray. Indeed, those who sought to construct belief systems of their own or philosophical explanations for existence and its interconnections were even further astray than the figure depicted by al-Nadwi, and posed a graver threat to humanity. But what was far more perilous than all of this was the distortion of divinely revealed beliefs, most notably Christianity, and the establishment of a church in Europe that wielded authority in the name of this distorted Christianity. This church imposed false doctrines with force, propagated erroneous and incomplete information about the material universe, and opposed, with brutal violence, the genuine pursuit of scientific inquiry, all while cloaking its fallacies with the guise of religion, though true religion was innocent of such claims. All this arose from the intrusion of human thought through additions, interpretations, and distortions into the divine essence of the Christian faith. Human interference altered the sacred foundations of Christian doctrine and theology, attributing these changes to divine revelation itself. When we recall that all the European intellectual movements that emerged in opposition to religion and religious thought arose from this very deviation, and from the conditions built upon this deviation, whether the shift from idealism to empiricism or from empiricism to dialectical materialism, we come to understand that the calamity afflicting humanity today is but a consequence of human tampering with the divine conception. This calamity is unparalleled in the entire history of mankind. To clarify this point, one of such profound gravity, it is fitting to outline, briefly and concisely, the trajectory of European thought as a direct and natural consequence of the distortion of religious conceptions through human interference. Such a summary will reveal to us the wisdom of God and His care in preserving the foundations of the Islamic worldview, keeping them untouched by human corruption. It will also illuminate the perils of any attempt under the guise of religious reform or evolution of religious thought to introduce human elements into the divine conception. For this conception remains the sole unaltered foundation, untouched by human jahiliyyah and limitations, and it alone stands as humanity's refuge, a sanctuary to which one day mankind will return to find guidance, tranquility, and peace. To summarize the path of European thought specifically in its opposition to the Church and its religious doctrines, we will draw upon excerpts from the chapter titled Religion as an Opiate by Dr. Muhammad al-Bahi in his book Modern Islamic Thought and its Connection to Western Colonialism. The conflict between religion, reason, and sensory perception in the history of Western thought. Western thought has experienced four distinct phases of intellectual struggle since the 14th century, revolving around the justification of the sources of knowledge known to humanity. These sources, religion, reason, and sensory experience or empirical reality, have, in each phase, been subjected to debates regarding their value as reliable foundations for certain and definitive knowledge. From these debates, and the disputes that accompanied them, arose the philosophical schools that sought to evaluate and define the validity of these sources. The dominance of scripture and religion throughout the Middle Ages. Religion, or rather scripture, dominated human life, guiding individual behavior, organizing society, and shaping mankind's understanding of the natural world. By religion, what was meant was Christianity, specifically Catholicism, which embodied the authority of the papacy. The papacy claimed supreme authority in the name of God, reserving the right to interpret scripture exclusively for the Pope and his council of senior clergy. This system equated the text of the Bible with the Church's understanding of it, enshrining doctrines such as the Trinity as central tenets of Christianity. while introducing practices like confession of sins and indulgences as acts of worship. However, by the 15th century, and particularly with the intellectual fruits of the Crusades, this dominance began to wane. Martin Luther, 1483–1546, rose to challenge what he called the teachings of Satan, referring to the doctrines of the papacy and the Catholic Church. He opposed indulgences, viewing them as instruments of oppression and servitude, and rejected the doctrine of the Trinity. He also denied the Pope's authority, declaring Scripture the Word of God as the sole source of Christian truth, demanding the freedom to study it independently. Though his call for freedom was not absolute, he established Scripture as the ultimate source of truth in matters of faith above all else, including reason and nature. Following Luther came John Calvin, 1509–1564, who upheld Luther's assertion that the gospel alone was the source of Christian truth, rejecting the Trinity as incompatible with true Christianity. Through the reformist movements of Luther and Calvin, Christianity became the subject of intellectual scrutiny, debate, and philosophical inquiry. However, the Christianity subjected to this scrutiny was the Catholicism reformed by Luther, and the philosophical rejection of religion as an authority was largely a rejection of papal authority. Philosophical attempts to reconcile religion with reason often focused on the pure teachings of Christianity as upheld by Luther, rather than the doctrines of the Catholic Church. Thus, the religion debated in European intellectual history was a specific altered form of Christianity, and what was accepted or rejected by philosophers was also a selective understanding of its teachings. The Age of Reason. The Age of Enlightenment in the latter half of the 18th century marked a shift from the dominance of revelation to the primacy of human reason. Enlightenment thinkers, emboldened by their newfound confidence in reason, sought to liberate mankind from every inherited form of servitude, paving the way for a rational ordering of society, economics, law, religion, and education. The Enlightenment was characterized by 1. A growing self-awareness of reason's power to shape humanity's destiny, free from the shackles of inherited traditions. 2. Boldness and audacity in subjecting every historical event, institution, and system, whether political, social, or religious, to the scrutiny of reason. 3. Faith in the unity of all interests and benefits, and in the brotherhood of humanity upon the foundation of this ever-evolving intellectual culture. And the meaning of all this is the sovereignty of reason as the source of knowledge over all else. And that which contests this sovereignty with reason is religion. Specifically, it is first and foremost Catholic Christianity, though Protestantism, as a school of thought that emerged from the quest for religious reform, may also be included therein. Thus, reason lays claim to the right of overseeing all the orientations of life, be it politics, law, religion, or any other sphere. And humanity is set forth as the ultimate goal of society's life. Just as this period is known as the Age of Enlightenment, it is likewise referred to as the Humanistic Age, as well as the Age of Deism, that is, an age marked by philosophical faith in a God who neither reveals himself through divine revelation, nor acts as the creator of the world. These various terms are but distinct expressions of this same reality. For enlightenment meant nothing other than the deliberate distancing of religion from its role as a guide, and replacing it with the dominion of reason. The humanity heralded by this era was no more than a substitute for the closeness to God that was once the moral sanctuary of man in his conduct and life. And the God they posited, a God without revelation, a God who is not the creator of the cosmos, is one that aligns with the supremacy of reason alone and with its claim to sovereignty over the events and orientations of life. Thus, in the Age of Enlightenment, the intellectual conflict was between religion and reason. The thought of that time sought to subject religion to the authority of reason. Consequently, the era came to be regarded as a period of the sovereignty of reason, while the preceding age was seen as a period of the dominion of religion. From this, it becomes evident that the struggle between reason and religion was, in essence, a struggle between human thought and the Christianity of the Church. And the motives of this conflict lay in the circumstances created by the Church in European life, whether in the realm of guidance and inquiry or in the spheres of politics, belief and faith. The sovereignty of sensation. The age of enlightenment came to an end with the close of the 18th century, and a new age of European thought began with the dawn of the 19th century. The subject of the conflict remained unchanged. It was still the tension between religion, reason, and nature. However, the 19th century was distinguished by a particular philosophy, for the intellectual orientation of that time leaned towards the sovereignty of nature over both religion and reason. The 19th century became known as the Age of Positivism, a philosophical doctrine that emerged within the domain of knowledge and arose in a specific intellectual climate, grounded upon a distinct foundation. The particular intellectual climate in which positivism emerged was first and foremost the intense desire among some scientists and philosophers to oppose the Church. For the Church possessed a unique kind of knowledge which it wielded to challenge the dissent of scholars and researchers. Over a period of time, the Church even succeeded in exerting its dominance over these adversaries. This knowledge was specifically Catholic Christian knowledge, as previously mentioned. More broadly, it represented religious knowledge or even metaphysical knowledge in general. Furthermore, this fervent opposition to the Church and to the knowledge it possessed was coupled with the belief among the proponents of positivism that the philosophy of the Enlightenment, grounded in rationalism or idealism, had failed in fulfilling its ultimate aim, to completely remove the Church's guidance from the life of mankind and from the organization of human society. Indeed, this philosophy, under the influence of Hegel, had even veered toward re-establishing the authority of revelation and religion. Thus, the primary aim of the positivist doctrine, from its own perspective, was to oppose the Church and its knowledge under the guise of science. It sought to challenge metaphysics, that which lies beyond the physical, and rational idealism. And yet, in rejecting the Church's religion, positivism introduced a new kind of religion in its place, the religion of the greater humanity. This religion, much like Christianity, came with its own rituals and acts of worship, and it demanded a reverence and sanctity reminiscent of Catholicism itself. The unique foundation upon which positivism was built was none other than the glorification of nature. Nature, reality, truth, and sensation, all these were seen as equivalent in the eyes of the positivists. Nature was not merely considered an independent source of knowledge, but the sole source of certain and authentic knowledge. The veneration of nature in this sense meant that nature alone engraves truth upon the human mind, inspires it, and delineates its clear contours. Nature, in this view, is the architect of the human intellect. Man, therefore, does not receive anything from beyond nature, nor from what lies outside it, nor even from within himself. For what comes from beyond nature is but a deception of truth, and therefore not truth at all. And what the mind imagines from within itself is mere illusion and fantasy, and thus not truth either. Based on this, religion, which is a revelation from beyond nature, is deemed a deception. It is the revelation of an entity that is neither defined by nor represented by any being within nature. It is the revelation of a God wholly beyond this natural realm. Likewise, rational idealism is dismissed as an illusion that has no connection to the reality of existence in the natural world. It is merely the product of man's own imagination about himself, uninspired by the natural world that surrounds him and encompasses his existence. Thus, whatever man speaks of as a personal being, regarding mankind as a subject of description, or whatever man says about nature as a subject of judgment if his words are derived from religious knowledge or rational idealism, then his discourse is nothing but falsehood concerning that which is true. It is a discourse devoid of sincerity, wherein the human speaker has succumbed either to the deception of religion by virtue of tradition, or to the illusion of his own ego by virtue of his self-conceit. The human mind, meaning its knowledge, is but a creation of nature, manifesting in the forms of heredity, environment, and socio-economic conditions. It is created, and its creator is the sensory existence that surrounds it. The mind thinks, yes, but only through interaction with the surrounding reality. It is bound and compelled, and the force that binds and compels it is the material life that it inhabits. There is no pre-existing mind, just as there is no pre-existing knowledge prior to man's existence. The human mind and its knowledge come into being as an impression of his material and sensory life. Nature speaks for itself, and man must rely on its logic if he wishes to dwell within it. Its logic alone, not the logic of the theologians, nor the rationalists, nor the adherents of psychological theories of human knowledge, charts the straight path for man's life within it and determines his goals therein. The path of a human being in his natural life begins with the individual and culminates with the collective. Thus, the individual himself is not the ultimate goal, nor is the life he lives the objective of his striving. His ultimate purpose, toward which he must aspire as a devoted mystic seeks union in his ascetic worship, is none other than the collective. As long as the collective is the final purpose of the individual, it becomes sanctified, a deity of sorts, to which his freedom is sacrificed, so that freedom may belong to it alone. His life is extinguished so that the life of the collective may endure. Marxism, dialectical materialism. Karl Marx formulated a materialist theory influenced by Auguste Comte, one of the philosophers of positivism. Marx does not deny the existence of the mind, as the mechanical materialist school does. However, he asserts not only that matter precedes the existence of the mind, but also that matter is of greater importance and significance than the mind. The mind, according to him, depends on matter for its existence and cannot exist apart from it. Consequently, Marx rejects not only the idea that the mind, or soul, persists after the body, as religion states, but also the fundamental notion of religion itself, belief in God as an eternal, independent and wholly transcendent reality existing entirely apart from matter. To Marx, every religion is, in principle, a curse. He proclaims that every religion is an opiate of the people. Marx depicts the dependency of the mind on matter by asserting that the mind is a mere reflection of matter. This is in stark contrast to Hegel's claim that matter is a reflection of the mind. According to Marx, the mind is like a mirror that reflects the material world. This Marxist conception of material reality as the foundational essence extends to encompass not only all natural phenomena, but also events in the political, social, and moral spheres. These too are reflections of current economic conditions. Marx and Engels, while finding meaning in the historical events of social life as a whole, place particular emphasis on economic factors. Economic conditions, they contend, are the determining factors in all aspects of social life. They are the ultimate motivators behind all human actions throughout the history of human society. The transformation and development of economic conditions alone, they argue, influence the life of the state, its policies, and even realms such as science and religion. Thus, all cultural and intellectual production is a mere offshoot of economic life, and all history must therefore be understood as economic history. The flight from the church to materialism. Thus ended the attempt to escape from the church and its distorted religious notions, corrupted by human interpolations and exploited under the guise of divine authority. This escape first culminated in idealist, rationalist philosophy, which, despite its varying directions, oscillated between opposing religion and claiming the supremacy of reason, as in the case of Fichte, and supporting religion by equating God, glorified be He, with reason, as Hegel claimed. Subsequently, this escape led to positivist sensory philosophy under Comte and Taine, and finally to dialectical materialism through Karl Marx and his associate Engels. This long journey of deviation in European thought was a direct consequence of the distortion of religious understanding through human fabrications devised by the Church and its councils. These fabrications were exploited by the Church in a manner so repugnant and oppressive that they drove people to flee from faith altogether. Yet a closer examination of this faltering journey reveals that those fleeing from God, in order to escape the grip of the Church, did not arrive at any coherent or definitive truth that could serve as an excuse or justification for their rejection of metaphysical realities. What, after all, Has idealist, rational philosophy, for instance, achieved that is precise and firmly grounded? What is this reason upon which they have entrusted the task of acquiring knowledge apart from God and nature? What do they know of the essence of reason or its characteristics? What do they know of its workings, its influences, and how it is influenced? Where does this reason reside? What is its nature? What is its law? These are all questions left unanswered even in the 20th century. And what of the principles these philosophies invented, deemed absolute, and upon which they built their entire edifice? Take, for example, the principle of contradiction, which forms the foundation of this school of thought and which Karl Marx later adopted. What is its actual value in the realm of reality? Is it anything more than a mere abstract intellectual construct, entirely detached from the practical world? Fichte, for instance, applied the principle of contradiction in the following manner. A person's perception of himself, alone, is the starting point akin to a premise that necessitates its own outcomes, as he defined the ultimate purpose of his philosophy. If a person perceives himself, that is, if I perceive I, it follows that I am I, and what is not I is not I. Thus there exists I, and there also exists not I. However, the existence of not I is contingent upon the real existence of I. Therefore I, insofar as I encompass within myself the existence of not I, am I and not I. Thus, a person's self-perception produces three stages in thought, or a triad. And since, in the beginning, when a person perceives himself, there is only I, the external things, that is, the things that are not I, can only be perceived by understanding that I encompasses within itself another reality, which is not I. These external things are not only encompassed within I, but they are also the creation of I and its product. Now, what necessitates in reality that I alone exists and that not I does not exist independently, but rather is a construct of I and encompassed within I? What compels one to accept this notion from reality? Nothing. It is merely an arbitrary intellectual assertion by Fichte to construct his system of thought. This abstract intellectual foundation, as we have seen, has no connection to reality and no relevance to human life. It was only fair for the positivist school to mock this idealism, which has no tangible significance in the realm of reality and no practical efficacy in people's lives. However, their mockery did not lead them to anything better. Rather, it produced ideas even more absurd and erroneous. Fichte, relying on the aforementioned principle, which, as we have observed, has no basis in reality, establishes that reason is the true independent existence that does not depend on anything else. The logic of this principle, as employed by Fichte, asserts that reason is entirely independent of anything external. It exists for its own sake. Its existence is its own, and nothing exists outside it. The essence of reason, therefore, is revealed through reason itself, and not through anything external to it. Were reason to depend upon anything external to itself, it would negate the premise that I is the starting point, thereby invalidating reason itself before it could even reach the external. For the existence of not I would then negate the existence of I, that is, the existence of reason. But what compels us in reality to accept that the existence of not I negates the existence of I? Why impose such a necessity? It is nothing but an arbitrary assertion that reason itself refutes when liberated from the confines of this system. For there is nothing, logically speaking, to prevent I from existing alongside not I, with neither's existence contingent upon the other. But the entire matter was, at its core, the establishment of another deity, one other than the God of the Church. A deity without priests, cardinals, a pope, or a church. Thus this reason was elevated to the status of a god, one without ministers or guardians. And this was the ultimate objective sought to be achieved. Hegel, too, employed the principle of contradiction, albeit with terminology distinct from that used by Fichte. If Fichte had employed the principle of contradiction to uphold the supremacy of reason as the source of knowledge over and against religion or nature, as we have seen then, Hegel utilized the same principle to affirm the value of reason, but also to reassert the concept of divinity and confirm revelation as the ultimate source of truth. For Hegel, God was reason. Instead of the three terms adopted by Fichte in applying the principle of contradiction, which expressed the three stages of thought, Hegel introduced his own terminology: thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. In the realm of ideas, Hegel envisioned the existence of an absolute idea which he called the absolute reason. This absolute reason is eternal and self-existent, predating the creation of nature and finite reason. This absolute reason is God. From it emanates nature, which stands distinct from it. Nature is scattered and fragmented, whereas the absolute reason is perfectly unified, unbound by any limitation. With the emergence of nature, the idea within the absolute reason, limitless in its essence, became manifest in a limited, constrained existence. Thus, nature represents the departure of the idea from its original state. For this reason, nature embodies both necessity and chance. It is devoid of freedom of choice. Consequently, it stands as the antithesis to the idea within the absolute reason. If absolute reason is the thesis, then nature is the antithesis. Thus, the idea transitions from the infinite to the finite, or from the thesis to its antithesis. Within its essence as an idea, it contains its antithesis. However, the idea within nature strives to reclaim and fulfill itself, and its fulfillment is the abstract reason. Abstract reason is the culmination and ultimate purpose of nature. At that point, it becomes the synthesis of the thesis and antithesis. This is yet another example of idealism, which the positivists of Europe found intolerable, and rightly so. For it deals with abstract intellectual constructs and terminology that have no grounding in reality, no connection to the real human being, and no relevance to the lived experience of life. Yet these positivists, after rejecting the God of the Church and then the God of reason, did not arrive at a more enlightened path. Instead, they elevated nature to the status of a deity. But what is this nature? What is this nature that, as they claim, created the mind and engraves truth upon it? Is it a defined entity, a universal being? Or is it merely the scattered phenomena of forms, shapes, movements, and configurations? Is it something that exists independently of the human mind's perception of it? Or is it the image impressed upon the mind by the sensory phenomena it perceives? Or is it something that possesses a reality of its own, distinct from what the mind perceives and whose essence may or may not correspond to the impressions it leaves upon the mind? If this nature is what created the human mind, is it a creator in the sense of bringing something into existence out of nothing? And why then did it create the mind in humans, but not in animals or plants? Is it endowed with a will that distinguishes and chooses? Does it select one particular being from among all others to bestow this unique gift upon? And if its reality is only made manifest through human thought, is not the emergence of this reality, then, dependent on the existence of the human mind? How then can this nature be the creator of the mind when it itself does not appear except through the mind? Moreover, these thinkers leave us with an enigma indefinable and boundless when they refer us to nature. So, what is nature? Is it the matter of this universe? And what is the essence of this matter? What they once called matter, and imagined to be something fixed and tangible, has been revealed even to their own understanding to be beyond precise definition. Matter dissolves into energy. Is energy then nature? Is it matter? Or is matter and therefore nature the form in which this energy takes shape? This deity of theirs cannot remain constant. When it is material, it is energy. When it is energy, it becomes material again. In which of its states, then, does it possess the creative power to bring forth the human mind? Is it also the creator of its own ever-shifting forms, from energy into atoms, from atoms into masses, from masses back into atoms, and from atoms back into energy? And let us set aside for now the mystery of life itself, the living cell and the evolution of life. In which of its states does this deity possess the power of creation? And who created the human being whose mind is supposedly created by nature? Did it create the human being first, or did it merely create his mind after his existence? If nature is what engraves truth upon the human mind, why is it only the human mind? Does not all of creation speak And is not its voice heard by all living beings? Does this truth, then, imprint itself equally upon the minds of mules, donkeys, parrots, or apes, just as it imprints itself upon the mind of Auguste Comte or Karl Marx? And if nature is what engraves truth upon the human mind, then what is the true truth? Was it the truth when the mind was convinced that the earth was the centre of the universe? Or when it determined that the earth is but a small satellite of the sun? Was it the truth when the mind believed that matter was solid, tangible objects? Or when it concluded that matter is nothing but energy concentrated in shifting forms? Was it the truth when the mind declared that nature is merely the work of the mind? Or when it decided that the mind is nothing but an impression of matter? Which of these intellectual positions represents the truth that nature imprints upon the human mind? Does nature err in its engraving? Or is it the mind itself that distorts the engraving? And if so, does the mind then possess its own agency and independent personality? Yet the positivists claim that the mind is nothing more than a vessel for nature's engraving. Let us set aside for now the questions of life, its origins and its mysteries, for we shall address them elsewhere when discussing this issue in the context of the Islamic worldview and its alternatives. Let us instead ask, what sort of deity is this that the materialists present to us? We find nothing before us, nor in our minds nor in our reality, that is precise about this deity. Why then should we choose it and seek refuge in it, when it is but a phantom intangible to the touch, invisible to the eye, and elusive even to rational thought? And we, thanks be to God, are not fleeing from the Church. As for this grotesque distortion which evokes revulsion in Karl Marx and Engels' conception of human life, its motives and its sphere of movement, reducing it to the narrow confines of the economy, the feeling of repugnance only deepens when one stands in awe before the magnificence of the material universe itself. This universe, with its wondrous and harmonious correspondences, appears to be a deliberate prelude to human life in particular. One cannot help but be filled with scorn and disgust for such a diminutive mode of thought that fails to be awed by the grandeur of the cosmos, nor by the marvels within it that prepare the way for the emergence of human existence. Instead, it turns its back on all this splendor, all this wonder, retreating into the burrow of economics, machinery and production, not merely treating them as means and motivators for human life, but elevating them to the position of the primal cause, the divine creator, the master and sustainer of this life. Yet after all of this, we must acknowledge that this calamity from its inception to its conclusion was but the natural fruit of the Church's deviation and the Council's misrepresentation of the divine conception. It was the inevitable consequence of European thought's attempt to flee from the face of the Church and the deity it wielded as an instrument of dominance. And so we praise God that the Islamic conception of the divine has been preserved in its purity. It has not been burdened by the weight of a church, nor has it been subjected to the clash between human reason and divine revelation that led European thought into this labyrinth of confusion and ruin. We recall that the Islamic conception grants human reason and scientific inquiry a vast and unrestricted field beyond the foundational principles of divine understanding and its essentials. It does not stand as an obstacle before the intellect, preventing it from exploring the universe. Rather, it invites and urges the mind to delve into the natural world. It does not hinder human science in its study of the cosmos. Instead, it entrusts the entire task of stewardship within the bounds of the divine conception to human intellect and scientific endeavor. And so, we recognize the immense blessing and mercy of God in His granting us this divine conception, in preserving it and safeguarding it in its original, God-ordained form. Steadfastness. So set your face steadfastly towards the religion as one with a pure inclination, in accordance with the innate nature of God with which He has created humankind. There can be no altering the creation of God. This is the upright religion. Quran 30:30. From the fundamental characteristic of the Islamic worldview, its divine origin, all other characteristics emerge. Since it is divinely revealed and originates from God, the role of the human entity in relation to it is to receive, respond, adapt, and apply it to the realities of life. For it is not the product of human thought, nor of any specific environment, nor of any particular period of time, nor of earthly factors in any form. Rather, it is a gift of divine guidance, granted to humanity as an act of pure grace from the Creator of humanity, a mercy for humankind. Because of this, another distinctive feature arises from this divine origin, the characteristic of movement within a fixed framework around a stable axis. There is constancy in the essential components of this worldview and its intrinsic nature. These remain unchanging and unaffected by the shifts in the phenomena of life or the forms of practical circumstances. The transformations in the outward appearances of life and in the forms of societal structures are always governed by the fixed values and foundational principles of this worldview. This constancy, however, does not necessitate the stagnation of thought and life. On the contrary, it permits movement indeed, it encourages it, but within this stable framework and around this unchanging axis. This feature, the feature of movement within a fixed framework and around a stable axis, is a hallmark of divine craftsmanship throughout the universe as it appears to us, and not merely of the Islamic worldview alone. The substance of this universe, whether it is the atom, the simple radiation released when it is split, or any other form, remains constant in its essence. Yet it moves and transforms, taking on forms that are ever-changing, evolving and developing. The atom itself has a fixed nucleus, around which electrons revolve in a defined orbit. Every planet and every star has its orbit, moving within it in regular motion, governed by a specific system. The humanity of man, which stems from his being a creation in which there is a breath of God's Spirit, granting him his unique human nature, distinct from all other created beings around him, is also constant. And yet this human being passes through various stages of development, from a drop of fluid to old age. He also passes through various social stages, rising and falling depending on his nearness to or distance from the source of his humanity. These stages, however, do not strip him of the essence of his humanity, which remains constant, along with its drives, capacities, and potentialities that emanate from the truth of his human nature. This man's innate urge for movement, for changing and developing the earthly reality around him, is also a constant truth. It stems first from the universal natural order, which is reflected in the movement of the primal material of the universe and the motion of all celestial bodies within it. It also stems from man's innate disposition, which is a prerequisite of his role as the vicegerent on earth. This vicegerency requires action, movement, and the development and refinement of earthly reality. The forms this movement takes, however, vary, evolve, and develop. Thus, the feature of movement within a fixed framework around a stable axis emerges as a deep and intrinsic characteristic of divine craftsmanship throughout creation, and therefore finds prominent and profound expression in the nature of the Islamic worldview. Here, we preemptively touch upon some examples of the fixed components and values of this worldview. They will be further detailed in the second section of this study. These represent the stable axis around which the Islamic methodology revolves within its fixed framework. Everything related to the divine reality, which forms the foundation of the Islamic worldview, is constant in its truth and its concept. It is unchanging and impervious to development. The eternal existence of God, his oneness with all its radiations, his omnipotence, his sovereignty, his management of creation, and the absolute freedom of his will. These and the rest of God's active attributes in the universe, life, and humankind are immutable. The reality that the entire universe, its objects and its living beings, is the creation and innovation of God, brought into being by his will exalted, he is also constant. Nothing and no one in this universe has any share in the act of creation, management, or sovereignty, nor participates in any of the unique attributes of divinity in any way. The reality of servitude to God, universal servitude that encompasses all things and all beings, including humankind, is likewise constant. All people, including the messengers, peace be upon them, are equal in their absolute servitude to God, untouched by even a trace of the attributes of divinity. The reality that faith in God, as he has described himself, and in his angels, his books, his messengers, the hereafter, and destiny, both good and bad, is a prerequisite for the validity of deeds, and their acceptance is unchanging. Without this faith, deeds are fundamentally void, invalid, rejected, and unrecognized. The reality that God accepts no religion other than submission, Islam, is also fixed. Islam means singling out God, exalted is He as the sole deity in all aspects of divinity, and surrendering to His will, accepting His judgments, and adhering to His path and law. This is His religion, the one He has chosen, and no other religion is acceptable to Him. The reality that humanity by its very nature has been honoured above all other creatures on earth and entrusted by God to act as His vicegerent is another immutable truth. This vicegerency entails that all things on earth are subservient to humankind, and thus no material value on this earth supersedes the value of the human being or diminishes his worth. The reality that all people originate from a single source and are therefore equal in this regard is also constant. The only criterion by which they are distinguished from one another is piety and righteous deeds, not lineage, wealth, social status, class, race, or any other earthly consideration. The reality that the ultimate purpose of human existence is the worship of God, meaning absolute servitude to Him alone, with all its implications, is unchanging. This includes complying with His commands in every aspect of life, both great and small, and directing every intention, every movement, every thought, and every action solely towards Him. It also encompasses fulfilling the role of vicegerency on earth in accordance with His path, or, as the Quran expresses it, in accordance with His religion, since the two are synonymous. The reality that the bond of human unity is faith, represented by this divine methodology rather than race, nation, land, colour, class, or economic or political interests, or any other earthly consideration, is another fixed truth. The reality that this world is a realm of trial and effort, while the hereafter is the realm of reckoning and recompense, is likewise unchanging. Every movement, every action, every blessing, and every hardship is a test for the human being, and the ultimate end of all matters lies with God. These and other such components and values, which we will explore in detail in the second section of this study, are all fixed, unalterable, and impervious to development. They remain constant, guiding the movement of life's phenomena and the forms of societal structures within their framework. They ensure that all developments in the conditions of life, all relationships within society, and all systems organizing human affairs, whether for individuals or communities, remain aligned with their demands in every situation and at every stage. As the scope of real-life experience expands and as human knowledge grows, the manifestations of these fixed components and values become ever more apparent and multifaceted. However, their essence remains unchanged, and all these manifestations and interpretations continue to operate within their framework. For instance, the reality of man's vicegerency on earth manifests in various forms. It appears in his cultivation of the land, for example, when the circumstances of his life and the extent of his experiences make agriculture sufficient to meet his basic needs and fulfill the requirements of vicegerency in that era. It also appears when he splits the atom or launches satellites to explore the atmosphere of the Earth or the nature of the planets and their moons. These and all that lies between or beyond them are expressions of vicegerency on Earth, constantly capable of growth and expansion. Yet the reality of vicegerency itself remains constant, requiring that mankind is not prevented from exercising his right to vicegerency in accordance with God's prescribed path, that nothing on this earth is elevated above the worth of the human being, and that human dignity is not sacrificed for the sake of launching a satellite or increasing material production. For He is the master of satellites and material production alike. And the truth that the ultimate purpose of human existence is worship, for instance, is embodied in every activity through which man seeks to turn towards God. The forms of such activity are boundless, as they are dictated by the ever-evolving, ever-renewing demands of the stewardship with which man has been entrusted. This worship is expressed in man's exclusive servitude to God by referring all matters great and small to His guidance alone. And these matters too are without limit, as they are likewise shaped by the ever-changing requirements of human stewardship. Yet, the essence of this purpose remains constant and unchanging. Thus, if man fails to turn towards God in all his endeavours, and if he does not submit to God's guidance in every aspect of life, he betrays this immutable truth and deviates from the very purpose of his existence. His actions in such a state are rendered void, incapable of being corrected anew, nor of being accepted by the believers. In this way, then, the scope of these foundational principles expands, encompassing a wide range of manifestations and forms. Yet they remain fixed in the Islamic worldview, untouched by change or evolution under any circumstances. The value of having a fixed and immutable conception of such principles and values lies in the ability to regulate human movement and the dynamics of life itself. Without this foundation, humanity would drift aimlessly, bereft of guidance as witnessed in the European experience when it severed its connection to the bond of faith. This disconnection led to an illusory brilliance, an alluring but deceptive sheen that concealed within it the seeds of misery, confusion, and regression. The value of such constancy lies in the existence of a steadfast standard, a scale against which man can measure all that he experiences, his emotions, thoughts, perceptions, and the circumstances and relationships that shape his life. By weighing all these against this unchanging standard, he can discern their proximity to or distance from truth and righteousness. In doing so, he remains within the realm of safety, steering clear of the wilderness, a wilderness devoid of guiding stars or clear landmarks to illuminate the way. Its value also lies in the presence of a corrective force for human thought, a force inherently balanced and self-regulating. This allows human thought to remain steady, unshaken by whims or external influences. If this corrective force were not itself fixed and constant, how could it serve as a means of stability? For if it were to shift and gyrate with human thought or with the ever-changing realities of human life, how could any form of regulation be possible? A fluctuating standard cannot restrain a whirling mind or anchor a spinning reality. It is an essential necessity for the preservation of the human spirit and human life that movement remains confined within a stable framework, revolving around an axis that does not itself revolve. In this manner, existence aligns with the universal laws of the cosmos, which remain consistent across all celestial bodies. This need for constancy is more evident today than ever before, as humanity has abandoned this fixed foundation, allowing itself to slip from the grasp of any tether to its axis. It has become like a celestial body that has veered from its orbit, forsaken its axis, and now edges toward collision, threatening to destroy itself and wreak havoc upon the universe. Had the truth followed their desires, the heavens and the earth and all who dwell within them would surely have been corrupted. Quran 23:71. The conscious, discerning individual who has not succumbed to the dizziness that afflicts humanity today, when he gazes upon this forlorn world, sees it floundering in its concepts, systems, circumstances, traditions, and every single one of its movements a dreadful, appalling confusion. He sees humanity tearing off its garments and shredding them like a madman, convulsing in its movements, staggering and collapsing like one possessed. He sees it changing its intellectual and ideological garb as it changes its clothing, following the whims of the fashion houses of thought. He sees it crying out in pain, running as if pursued, laughing like a lunatic, raging like a drunkard, searching for nothing in particular, chasing after phantoms, discarding its most precious possessions and clutching to its chest the filthiest of objects, stones and refuse. A curse, like the one spoken of in ancient myths. This humanity is murdering the essence of man, turning him into a machine to multiply production. It is annihilating his essential human attributes, his sense of beauty, virtue, and lofty meanings, all in the name of profit for a handful of usurers, merchants of desire, producers of films and fashion houses. When you look into the faces of people, into their eyes, their movements, their clothing, their thoughts, their opinions, and their calls, it seems as if they are fugitives pursued, fleeing without purpose, clinging to nothing, never pausing long enough to see anything clearly or correctly. And indeed, they are fleeing, fleeing from their very selves, the selves that dwell within their own chests, fleeing from their own restless, hungry and anxious souls, souls that find no stability in anything constant, that do not revolve around a fixed axis, that do not move within a stable framework. The human soul cannot live in isolation, estranged from the universal order of the cosmos. Nor can it attain happiness while it wanders, aimless and lost, without a guiding star or a firm foundation on which to rest. Surrounding this wretched humanity is a clique of profiteers, feeding off this overwhelming confusion and deadly aimlessness, a clique of usurers, filmmakers, fashion designers, journalists and writers. They urge humanity onward, into more frenzy, more disarray and more madness whenever it tires, falters or yearns for the stable orbit and fixed axis, whenever it attempts to return. This clique shouts slogans at humanity progress, freedom, renewal with no boundaries, no limits. They push humanity with both hands into the abyss, each time it edges closer to the sanctuary, invoking the names of progress, freedom and renewal as they do so. It is a crime, a heinous crime, against all of humanity, and against this doomed generation in particular. The notion of absolute evolution in all matters, values, systems, and the very foundations of perception is a concept that contradicts, as we have said, the clear order inherent in the fabric of the universe and in human nature itself. From this notion arises corruption that no power can contain. It grants legitimacy and justification to every concept, every value, every system, and every order, merely because it happens to emerge within the sequence of time. But this is a shallow and incidental justification, unworthy of bearing any weight in the evaluation of a concept, a system, or a value. Instead, judgment must be based on inherent qualities within the concept or system itself. We know that Western thought, in its flight from the church and its overt and covert desire to cast off its yoke, leaned towards rejecting the idea of constancy altogether, and instead embraced the idea of absolute evolution. This rejection did not exempt even the core tenets of faith and law. Indeed, it was the very constancy of the principles of faith and law that Western thought sought to escape, to break free from, and to renounce. The path taken by Western thought is thus understandable to us in light of the aforementioned historical overview. This understanding explains it, though it does not excuse it. While we do not harshly blame Western thought for its stance despite its being erroneous and flawed, it must be said that it encountered from the outset a distorted and corrupted creed, one tainted by paganism and mythologies. Moreover, it faced a church that was both oppressive and corrupt, wielding its authority over thought, science, and the people in the name of these very distortions, which it claimed as the immutable foundation of faith. We do not harshly reproach Western thought for its stance. However, at the same time, we must remain keenly aware of the true causes behind the Western inclination, or indeed its excessiveness toward upholding the notion of absolute evolution. This notion is unbounded by any fixed origin, unrestrained by any enduring value, and uninformed by any immutable truth. It is not, in fact, a scientific reality, but rather an unbridled desire and a wayward passion, driven by the yearning to escape the suffocating grip of the Church's iron yoke. When Darwin set forth his theory of evolution to explain the trajectory of life, his inquiry did not delve into the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Rather, it addressed a superficial fragment that begins only after life already exists. His theory neither extended to the origin of life itself, nor to the will that brought life into being. Even if we assume his theory to be valid, and today we witness tools of critique striking at the very core of this theory, the evolutionary trajectory itself affirms the existence of a fixed will behind it. It unfolds according to a deliberate design, leaving no room for chance or randomness. Evolution is but a part of the greater movement, one of the laws that govern the universe. And as we have previously stated, the movement of the universe is not a chaotic frenzy. Rather, it revolves around a fixed foundation and operates within a stable framework. In any case, it was neither the scientific method nor scientific facts that led Darwin when he failed to uncover the secret of life and was unable to explain it scientifically to avoid attributing it to God. The very existence of life compels acknowledgement that its originator must be a willful, deliberate being, one who chooses as he wills, who is all-knowing and wise, and who is capable of achieving what he intends. But Darwin fled from God because he was fleeing from the church and its God, in whose name it wielded power and tyranny. Therefore, he attributed life to nature, a nature whose power he claimed to be boundless. Consequently, he sought to suggest that nothing is fixed, absolutely nothing. Yet, his entire inquiry was confined to the trajectory of life after its emergence, and it did not, in fact, encompass everything in its scope. The Marxist doctrine is the most vehemently opposed among all positivist schools to the reality of movement within a stable framework and around a fixed axis. This is because acknowledging this evident truth, inherent even in the nature of the material universe, would strip Marxism of its foundational premise and destroy its claim to progressivism as it understands it. Marx devised a dialectic and a logic rooted in the principle of contradiction, which had been previously articulated by German philosophers such as Nietzsche and Hegel. However, Marx applied this principle in a different domain, not in Nietzsche's realm of conception or Hegel's domain of ideas, but in the field of economics, drawing upon the historical evolution of societies. In Marx's view, everything contains within itself its own contradiction, such that everything inevitably destroys itself. This is the overarching representation of the principle of contradiction. Marx employed this principle to argue for the inevitable collapse of societies founded on capitalism. Just as in his analysis, previous societies, monarchies and feudal systems with their great landlords had collapsed because they inherently contained their opposites. Similarly, modern capitalist society, he claimed, would eventually collapse and transform into its opposite, the communist society of a single, unified class of workers. Although the principle of contradiction does not conclude with something merely transforming into its opposite, but rather entails the merging of opposites into a synthesis, and this synthesis in turn transforms into its own opposite, leading to another synthesis, and so on. Marxism halts this process arbitrarily at the advent of communism. It neither speaks of nor anticipates the eventual collapse of communist society into its own opposite, based on the very principle that every thing contains the seeds of its own destruction. As a result of this perpetual transformation, which Marxism in its whim and desire halts arbitrarily at communism, anyone who believes in eternal values is, according to Marxism, deluded by things that do not exist. Even those who believe that some values ought to be preserved temporarily for the present moment or current circumstances are likewise deluded. If one believes that everything is subject to change, then it would be naive to hold on to anything as permanent. Just as Hegel employed the principle of contradiction in defining his philosophy, Marxism asserts that every phenomenon contains two opposing forces, one called the thesis and the other its antithesis. These two forces destroy each other, giving rise to a new state called the synthesis of the thesis and antithesis. This synthesis in turn collapses into a new contradiction. Thus we are left once more with a thesis and antithesis, followed by their synthesis in an endless sequence. The articulation of this principle in such terms aligns with its application to the realm of society which Marxism has chosen as its field of study. It also aligns with the class struggle within society, a term Marxism insists upon using in place of the opposition between a thing and its opposite, as previously employed by Nietzsche and Hegel to elucidate contradiction. By applying the principle of contradiction to the realm of society, Marxism seeks to prove that communism, as a form of society, is superior in value to all previous societies. For according to Marxism, monarchic societies collapsed and transformed into their opposites, kings on one side and slaves or the impoverished on the other. From the struggle between these opposing forces arose the synthesis, feudalism. Subsequently, feudalism collapsed into its own contradiction, landlords on one side and peasants on the other. From this opposition emerged capitalism. Now, Marxism claims, capitalism, in its industrial form, will collapse into its own contradiction, workers on one side and employers on the other. The new synthesis will be the Marxist socialist society built upon a single unified class of workers. But does the principle of contradiction end with this new society? Or will it, in turn, collapse into its own opposite, as the logic of this principle inevitably demands, as a necessity inherent in existence? And the transition of a community from one state to another, in the Marxist perspective, is inevitably accompanied by what they call development in value. Thus, feudalism is considered nobler than the monarchy, capitalism nobler than feudalism, and communism nobler than capitalist societies. The claim that each successive stage in human history is superior to its predecessor is a glittering tool of communist propaganda. Many people become adherents of communism because they believe they are working to create a world better than any that has ever existed. It is evident from this outline of the foundations of Marxist ideology that it is built upon a framework of arbitrary assumptions, dictated by the desire to arrive at predetermined conclusions rather than being rooted in reality or in an honest tracing of the facts as they unfold. The principle of contradiction, as it originates in the philosophies of Nietzsche and Hegel, is nothing more than a conceptual construct, a speculative notion without any foundation in reality, as we have previously elaborated. When Karl Marx applies this principle to the history of human society, he begins by deliberately ignoring all the components of human communities through which transformation might occur, if indeed the principle of contradiction were valid. He focuses exclusively on the economic factor, explaining transformation solely through it, and while the economic factor is of undeniable importance, it does not represent the entirety of human life's dimensions. Beyond this, Marx limits himself to the history of a specific group, namely European society. Moreover, within this history, he exercises yet another level of arbitrariness, selectively choosing certain points in time, despite the inherent impossibility of any single individual in any generation, comprehending all the factors and influences that have shaped such a community over the course of centuries. He isolates one aspect of its activity and disregards all others. Then, yet again, once, twice, or even 10 times more, he imposes his assumptions, declaring that every subsequent state is absolutely superior to its preceding one. And yet he refuses to let the wheel of history progress beyond communism towards something nobler. He halts the course of history at that point, sacrificing the potential of future goodness. Despite this incoherence in the construction of the Marxist doctrine, built as it is upon arbitrary assumptions and capricious desires, it has been accompanied by a corruption in the evaluation of values, a corruption that has not been confined to its adherents but has extended even to its opponents, both in Europe and America. This corruption manifests as a wholesale abandonment of everything that preceded in favor of an uncritical embrace of whatever comes after. It is a corruption that involves the dissolution of every value that might restrain unbridled desires, a scornful rejection of the stability of moral and ethical values. This corruption, while serving a specific goal within Marxist propaganda, was neither a logical consequence of any legitimate scientific study nor a product of reasoned inquiry. Absolute evolution in this context becomes nothing more than a justification for whatever actions are desired. Above all, it serves as a justification for what the state wishes to impose upon individuals, leaving no immutable right to which all may return, and no fixed constitution to which all may refer. In exchange for relinquishing all constraints on the state's authority over individuals, the state in turn unleashes the animalistic passions of individuals, granting them freedom from all restraints. This unbridled indulgence is presented as compensation for the values, freedoms, and rights that have been stripped from them. It is a bargain, an animalistic liberation of desires in exchange for an authoritarian liberation of power. One for one. However, instead of this transaction being merely an unspoken tacit agreement between the two parties, it is elevated to the status of a philosophical principle and a scientific doctrine. This doctrine is built upon the principle of contradiction and upon dialectical materialism. And this is the doctrine that claims religion is an opiate, asserting that the stability of values rooted in religion serves only to bolster the ruling class. This stability In the Islamic worldview, its fundamental values and principles, far from being stagnant or oppressive, is in fact an extension of the cosmic order itself. It is this stability that guarantees the Islamic way of life its unique quality, the ability to move forward dynamically while remaining anchored within a fixed framework, revolving around an unchanging axis. This ensures that the Islamic way of life maintains harmony with the universal order, shielding it from the corruption that would engulf the cosmos were it to follow the unbridled whims of human beings without the anchor of a stable, unchanging foundation. This stability, in turn, protects the Islamic worldview and the Muslim community from the kind of corruption found in Marxist thought and communist societies. This corruption, moreover, has not been confined to the Marxist sphere, but has also afflicted Western thought and societies in general, affecting even their critique of Marxism, whether ideologically or politically. This has been the case ever since the West broke free from the bounds of religious belief under the gloomy circumstances that surrounded this severance. It is this stability that imbues the Muslim conscience and society with a sense of reassurance, a reassurance derived from the permanence of the framework within which life unfolds and the steadfastness of the axis upon which it revolves. This stability allows the Muslim to feel that their progress forward is steady and rooted, connected to both the past and the future, growing in a continuous and ascending trajectory, guided by the upright and divinely ordained path. And ultimately, this stability ensures that the Muslim within the Islamic community has immutable principles to which both they and their rulers are equally accountable. Thus, those in positions of authority are not given free rein over the rights, freedoms, and values of the community, nor are they allowed to offer, in return, the unrestrained indulgence of base desires and animalistic impulses to the oppressed masses confined by the chains of tyranny. Hence, the Islamic worldview is built upon the recognition of two fundamental states in human life. These states are not contingent upon time or place. Their value is intrinsic, determined by their essence and weighed against the unchanging scales of God, which are unaffected by the fluctuations of time and space. Two states alternate throughout human existence, across the ages and across all lands. The state of guidance and the state of misguidance, no matter how diverse the forms of misguidance may be. The state of truth and the state of falsehood, no matter how varied falsehood's manifestations. The state of light and the state of darkness, no matter how myriad the hues of desire. The state of Islam and the state of Jahiliyyah. Either humanity adheres to Islam as a way of life and a system of governance, or it falls into disbelief, jahiliyyah, caprice, darkness, falsehood, and error. Verily, the religion before God is Islam, Al-Amrani 3:19. And whoever seeks a way other than Islam, it will never be accepted from him. Al-Amrani 3:85. What is there after truth but error? Yunus 10:32. Then we set you on a clear course of the matter, so follow it. And do not follow the desires of those who do not know. Al-Jathiyah 45:18. And this is my straight path, so follow it, and do not follow the other ways, for they will separate you from his path. Al-An'am 6:153. God is the ally of those who believe. He brings them out of darkness into light. But those who disbelieve, their allies are false deities. They bring them out of light into darkness. Al-Baqarah 2:257. And whoever does not judge by what God has revealed, such are the disbelievers. Al-Ma'idah 5:44. Do they seek the judgment of Jahiliyyah? But who is better than God in judgment for a people who are certain? Al-Ma'idah 5:50. If you disagree over anything, refer it back to God and the Messenger. If you believe in God and the Last Day, Al-Nisa 4:59. When this framework is firmly established, life, whether in thought, worldview, reality, or system, can move freely and flexibly within it, responding to every natural and authentic development that arises from its sound and upright foundation. The great value of this characteristic lies in the firm grounding it provides to the Muslim sense of self and worldview. It establishes the Islamic way of life and society upon a foundation of stability and permanence, while simultaneously allowing for the natural growth of ideas, emotions, systems, and institutions. It avoids both the dead rigidity of medieval church dogma and the anarchic chaos of modern European history, which abandoned all restraints and eventually descended into the grotesque distortions of Marxist thought. Perhaps it is this unique quality that ensured the Islamic society its cohesion and strength for 1,000 years, despite all the upheavals, all the blows, and all the savage attacks it endured from its enemies encircling it on every side. Its disintegration and weakness did not begin until it abandoned this quality in its worldview, and until it succeeded in replacing Islamic guidance with Western directives in the Muslim world. There is no doubt that a society perpetually chasing after shifting, ever-changing concepts rooted in no firm foundation whatsoever, derived from the limited and speculative human intellect, which, no matter how advanced, always rests upon conjecture, assumption, and fleeting theories, ends up deifying this speculative knowledge, or worse, deifying its own capricious desires, making them the source of its values, standards, and perceptions. There is no doubt that such a society is perpetually vulnerable to severe shocks and constant instability, which produce confusion in its mind, turmoil in its conscience, exhaustion in its nerves, aimlessness in its life, and corruption in its very fabric. This is precisely what has happened to European societies that have severed themselves from all fixed foundations. And this is what the entire world suffers from today as it stumbles in darkness following the lead of the wayward European societies. There must be a worldview with fixed principles and values derived from a source of absolute knowledge and will, a source that sees the entire field, the entire reality, to which nothing is hidden of the twists and turns of the path. A source that does not make judgments today that are later proven flawed or incomplete, nor is influenced by desire or passion that distorts its measures and evaluations. When such a fixed framework exists, then there is no harm in movement, change, growth, and progress. In fact, all these become both necessary and safe, providing a response to the innate human nature, a nature that seeks movement within a stable framework and around a fixed axis. But this movement is conscious, purposeful, and aware of the enduring goal toward which it advances step by step, steadily and resolutely. This is the guarantee of a long-lasting, harmonious existence, designed with consistency and balance. We need not fear stagnation or rigidity when we adhere to this unique Islamic quality, the dynamic movement within a stable framework and around a fixed axis. The danger of stagnation does not arise from such a worldview, nor from a way of life that moves within its bounds. Movement, as we have said, is the very foundation of this worldview, just as it is the foundation of the cosmic design. The universe does not stagnate, decay, or become corrupted. It is in perpetual motion, constant change, ongoing development, and continuous transformation at every moment. Yet through all this it preserves its original essence, as we mentioned at the beginning of this discussion. When we examine the schools of Western thought, we find that their dominant characteristic is the belief in absolute evolution without any reference to a fixed origin. We must be aware of the historical factors that caused this thought to incline, or rather, to leap so recklessly in this direction. We must grasp the deep-seated, latent hostility to religious thought embedded in such schools and understand the underlying causes of this hostility. We must also recognize that the methods of this thought, imbued as they are with this hostility, are unfit to be applied to Islamic methodologies and unfit to be employed in Islamic studies either. We often borrow from this thought sometimes its methods, sometimes its conclusions, and sometimes fragmented, torn pieces of it, and then mix all this with our discourse about Islam, society, or intellectual methodologies. This is sheer jahiliyyah cloaked in the guise of knowledge. Sometimes to jahiliyyah is added superficiality and ill intent as well. The esteemed convert Muhammad Asad, formerly Leopold Weiss, writes in his valuable book Islam at the Crossroads. History tells us that all human cultures and civilizations are organic bodies resembling living beings. They pass through the same stages of life that living organisms must traverse. They are born, they grow and mature, and eventually they succumb to decay in the end. Like plants that wither and turn into dust, civilizations die in their final days, making way for newly born cultures. Is this then the fate of Islam? It may appear so upon a cursory, superficial glance. Undoubtedly, Islamic civilization witnessed a glorious renaissance, an era of prosperity. It inspired men to great deeds and sacrifices. It altered the destiny of nations and created new states. Then it grew still and stagnant and became an empty shell. And here we are today, witnessing its complete decline and disintegration. But is that all there is to the story? If we believe that Islam is not merely one civilization among many, nor the simple product of human opinions and efforts, but rather the divine law ordained by God for all peoples in all times and places, then our perspective changes entirely. If we believe that Islamic civilization is the result of adhering to a divinely revealed law, then we cannot say that it is subject to the same temporal limitations and organic laws as other civilizations. What appears to be the disintegration of Islam is in truth nothing more than the death and emptiness that have overtaken our hearts so lethargic and complacent that they fail to heed the eternal call. Furthermore, there is no visible sign that humanity, in its current state of development, has outgrown Islam. Humanity has not succeeded in building a concept of universal brotherhood on a practical foundation as Islam did with its concept of the supreme nation, the Ummah. Humanity has not succeeded in establishing a social order where real harmony and cooperation prevail among its members, as was achieved in the Islamic social system. Humanity has not succeeded in elevating the worth of man, nor in increasing his sense of security, nor in enhancing his spiritual hope and happiness. In all these matters, we see that humanity in all its achievements has fallen far short of the comprehensive guidance offered by the Islamic method. On what grounds, then, can one claim that Islam's time has passed? Is it because its principles are purely religious and religious thought is no longer fashionable today? But if we see a system built on religion that has provided a way of life more complete, durable, and suited to human temperament than anything else the human mind has been able to devise through reform and innovation, does this not itself constitute the strongest argument in favor of religion? Indeed, Islam has been validated, and we have all the evidence to prove it by the fruits of human endeavor. Islam unveiled them and pointed to them as desirable long before humanity reached them on its own. And it was likewise affirmed equally so by the failures, errors, and stumbles that accompanied the course of human development. For it had raised its voice, loud and clear, warning against these long before humanity recognized them as errors. Indeed, even when we set aside religious belief and view matters purely from a rational perspective, we find every incentive to follow Islamic guidance in a practical manner with complete confidence. We do not need to impose reform upon Islam as some Muslims may think, for Islam is from the very beginning complete in and of itself. What we truly need, however, is to reform our attitude toward religion, to address our laziness, our arrogance, and our short-sightedness. In a word, we must confront and remedy our own flaws. For Islam, as a spiritual and social institution, is in no need of embellishment or improvement. Any alteration imposed upon its understanding or its social structure, especially one derived from foreign cultures, even if under the guise of a faint brilliance, will inevitably be a cause for deep regret. The loss will undoubtedly fall upon us, and we say this loss will not be ours alone as Muslims. It will fall upon all of humanity. It will fall upon all of humanity by distorting and corrupting the sole remaining source of divine guidance. It will pollute or poison the only pure wellspring from which God's guidance can be drawn. It will deprive humanity of this stable and enduring refuge amid the trembling, tempestuous earth of unbridled desires, a world where corruption has appeared on land and sea because of what human hands have wrought. In such a world, there is no salvation except in this secure and steadfast sanctuary, linked to God. And those who seek to undermine this sanctuary, whether in the name of renewal, reform, or progress, or under the pretense of discarding the relics of the Middle Ages, or under any other banner, are our true enemies. They are the enemies of the human race. They are the ones who must be confronted, and we must call upon humanity too to confront them. They speak in the name of progress against reaction, yet they still feed upon the intellectual produce of the 19th or even the 18th century, the produce of Europe, not their own. They have not yet reached the intellectual achievements of the 20th century. They lag behind in their thinking by at least half a century. They remain ignorant of the fact that European thought itself has moved beyond the materialism and dialectical frameworks of Marxist thought and its derivatives, beyond the theory of evolution as posited by Darwin and its offshoots. These so-called progressives are, in reality, reactionaries who claim to be progressive. Meanwhile, true progressivism today finds itself compelled to return to religion, seeking therein peace, tranquility, and certainty after centuries of doubt, anxiety, and disorientation. As for us, whom God has spared from the historical circumstances that led Western thought astray into the wilderness of confusion, we would be the most foolish of fools if we were to choose to wander into that wilderness ourselves without excuse, without reason, and without any of the historical justifications that burdened others. And not only would we be leading ourselves into that wilderness, we would be leading all of humanity astray as well. We would rob humanity of the stable refuge to which it might one day return, finding therein security, tranquility, and stability after its long wanderings in doubt and despair. Let us then recognize the grave responsibility we bear toward ourselves and toward all of humanity in this most critical matter. Comprehensiveness. And everything we have enumerated in a clear record. The third distinguishing feature of the Islamic worldview is comprehensiveness. This too arises naturally from the first feature, the fact that it is divine, crafted by God, not by man. And comprehensiveness is the hallmark of anything fashioned by the divine. Man, by contrast, is inherently limited in his existence, constrained by the bounds of time and space. He is a being that came into existence after non-existence, destined to perish after having once been. Whether as an individual, a generation, or a species, man is confined to a specific place and cannot transcend spatial limitations, just as he is bound to time and cannot exceed its boundaries. Furthermore, he is limited in knowledge, experience, and perception. His knowledge begins with his existence and extends only as far as his temporal and spatial limitations, and even within these bounds, it is tailored to his finite role and function in the grand design of creation. Beyond these constraints, man is also subject to his inherent weaknesses, his inclinations, desires, and passions. These, combined with his jahiliyyah and fallibility, shape his nature and his actions. With such limitations, when man attempts to develop a belief system or construct a code for practical living, his thinking inevitably reflects his own limitations. It becomes partial, applicable to certain times but not to others, suitable for certain places but not for others, beneficial to some circumstances but inadequate for others. His perspective cannot encompass the entirety of a single matter, its various dimensions, contexts, and causes, because these often extend beyond time, space, and human comprehension. Added to this are his inherent biases, weaknesses, and inclinations, which further distort his thought processes. Thus, no human concept or system can ever embody comprehensiveness. Man's thinking is always partial, fragmented, and transient. Its partiality leads to deficiencies, and its transience results in instability, necessitating constant change and adjustment. This is evident in the ideas and systems created by man throughout history, particularly in the continuous contradictions and dialectical struggles that characterize Western thought. However, when God exalted is, he takes on this task. The belief system and the practical way of life that emanates from it are free from the deficiencies, weaknesses, and contradictions that plague human efforts. Consequently, comprehensiveness becomes a defining feature of the Islamic worldview. The comprehensiveness of the Islamic worldview manifests in various ways. One of its most profound expressions is the attribution of all existence, its origins, movements, transformations, and every aspect of its being to the eternal, infinite, and absolute will of the divine. This eternal will belongs to the creator of this universe, who brought it into existence, directs its movements, and governs its transformations and developments with precise measure and purpose. God, the Almighty, is the one who created this universe out of nothing, and by his will every new phenomenon emerges, every transformation occurs, and every change unfolds. This is the essence of the grand truth of Tawhid, oneness of God, which stands as the cornerstone of the Islamic worldview. The Quran dedicates vast portions of its text to affirming this truth, which not only serves as the foundation of faith, but also provides mankind with a comprehensive understanding of existence. Through this principle of comprehensiveness, the Islamic worldview offers a coherent explanation of the origin of the universe and its ongoing processes. It provides a clear and rational understanding of the emergence of life from lifeless matter life, which is undeniably distinct from inanimate matter, a phenomenon so profound and extraordinary that it stands as a testament to the deliberate design and purpose inherent in creation. This universe confronts human existence with its very being, urging humanity to comprehend and interpret its existence. Its intricate harmony, balance, and breathtaking precision, impossible to attribute to mere coincidence, demand recognition of a higher purpose. Even coincidence, after all, operates within laws that cannot account for the infinite harmonies and correspondences of the cosmos. Life, too, presents mankind with profound questions, no less challenging than those posed by the universe. How did life emerge from lifeless matter? How does it continue its remarkable journey, surrounded by countless intricacies, balances, and precise calculations? The Islamic worldview alone provides a coherent explanation for these profound questions, offering a comprehensive framework through which to understand the universe's design and life's emergence within it. It invites humanity to confront these mysteries, not by evasion or obfuscation, but by recognizing the creative will that decrees be, and it is. The distance between existence and non-existence is a chasm that human intellect cannot fathom. How did this world come into being? How did this nature, if what they mean is the material world, come to exist? The human mind cannot bridge this vast distance without acknowledging the creative will that calls creation into being. Without this acknowledgement, man is left either in utter confusion or groping blindly in the dark, as generations of philosophers have done. Similarly, the gap between inanimate matter and the living cell is as vast as that between existence and non-existence. It is a gulf that the human intellect can only traverse by turning to the creative will that brings forth what it wills, fashioning and perfecting it as it decrees. It is this divine will that the Quran describes, he who has given everything its form and then guided it aright. Reason, and indeed all of human existence, finds solace in this answer, for there is no escape from acknowledging that life could not have emerged from lifeless matter without the intervention of a higher will. To suggest that life is an inherent property of matter is to ignore the fundamental question: why did this supposed property remain dormant for countless millennia, only to emerge at a specific moment without a guiding hand or deliberate intent? For now, let this brief discussion of the universe and life suffice. A more detailed exploration will follow in later sections. Let us return to the principle of comprehensiveness, which encompasses all things in creation, subjecting them to God's will, governance, and sovereignty. To illustrate this principle, let us turn to some Quranic verses that beautifully articulate this universal truth. Indeed, we created everything according to a measure. Quran 54:49. He created everything and determined it with precise determination. Quran 25:2. And everything with him is by precise measure. Quran 13:8. He who gave everything its form and then guided it. Quran 20:50. When we decree something, we only say, be, and it is. Quran 16:40. Indeed, your sustainer is God, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established himself above the throne. He causes the night to cover the day, chasing it rapidly. And he created the sun, the moon, and the stars, all subject to his command. Unquestionably, his is the creation and the command. Blessed is God, sustainer of the world. Quran 7:54. And a sign for them is the night. We withdraw from it the day, and suddenly they are in darkness. And the sun runs on course toward its stopping point. That is the determination of the exalted in might, the knowing, and the moon. We have determined for it phases until it returns appearing like the old date stalk. It is not allowable for the sun to overtake the moon, nor does the night outpace the day, but each in an orbit is swimming. Quran 36, 37, 40. And God has created every living creature from water, and of them are those that move on their bellies, and those that walk on two legs, and those that walk on four. God creates what he wills. Indeed, God is over all things competent. Quran 24:45. And we made from water every living thing. Quran 21:30. Indeed, God is the cleaver of the grain and the date seed. He brings the living out of the dead, and he brings the dead out of the living. That is God, so how are you deluded? He is the cleaver of daybreak and has made the night for rest, and the sun and moon for calculation. That is the determination of the exalted in might, the knowing. Quran 6, 95, 96. Even events that appear to have immediate, apparent causes are, in the Islamic worldview, ultimately attributed to the will of God, transcending all proximate causes. We created you, so why do you not affirm the truth? 57. Have you ever considered the seed that you emit? 58. Is it you who create it, or are we the creator? 59. It is we who have decreed death among you, and nothing can hinder us, 60, from replacing you with your likes and recreating you in forms you do not know, 61. And you have certainly known the first creation, so why do you not take heed, 62. Have you ever considered what you sow, 63. Is it you who cause it to grow, or are we the grower, 64. If we so willed, we could turn it into chaff, and you would be left lamenting, 65. Indeed, we are ruined, 66. Nay, we are utterly deprived, 67. Have you ever considered the water you drink, 68. Is it you who send it down from the clouds, or are we the one who sends it down, 69. If we so willed, we could make it bitter, so why are you not grateful, 70. Have you ever considered the fire you kindle, 71. Is it you who bring forth its tree, or are we the one who causes it to grow? 72. We have made it a reminder and a provision for the wayfarers. 73. So glorify the name of your sustainer, the most great. Surah Al-Waqiyah 57:74. You did not kill them, but it was God who killed them. And you did not throw when you threw, but it was God who threw, so that he might test the believers with a good test from himself. Verily, God is all-hearing, all-knowing. Surah Al-Anfal 17. Here we cannot proceed further in expounding the comprehensive nature of unity in its fullness, for a detailed discussion will follow in the second part of the book when we address the foundations of the Islamic worldview. For now, it suffices to provide this summary to illustrate this unique characteristic. Let us say this much. The Islamic worldview, with this characteristic of comprehensiveness in its particular form, grants both the heart and the mind a sense of ease and tranquility, connecting them to the true causative forces at work in existence as they exist in the realm of reality and truth. It spares human thought from wandering aimlessly without guidance or relying upon unfounded and at times non-existent causes, such as attributing everything to nature or to reason, or even to mythical beings imagined by paganisms and embraced by philosophies throughout history. Moreover, this worldview fosters a profound ethical element within the human heart and throughout human life. It attributes all the threads of the cosmos and existence to the hand of God, his watchful oversight, his sovereignty and his dominion, as will be elaborated upon in the discussion of the characteristic of positivity. Another aspect of the comprehensiveness of the Islamic worldview is its ability to address not only the reality of divinity, with its attributes, effects and qualities as the primary, ultimate and foundational truth of this worldview, but also the reality of servitude with its own attributes and characteristics. It speaks of this reality as it manifests in the universe, in life, and in humankind. It addresses the nature, origins, qualities, conditions, and interrelations of these realities between the cosmos, life, humanity, and their relationship with the ultimate divine reality. This worldview links together all these truths from every angle into a unified, logical, and innate perception that resonates with human intuition and consciousness. It engages the entirety of human existence with simplicity and ease. Thus, the Islamic worldview brings together a comprehensive and detailed picture, an all-encompassing explanation that requires neither supplementation nor amendment from any external source. Indeed, it rejects any additions from other sources, for it is broader, more inclusive, more precise, more profound, and more harmonious and complete than any other source. Corruption and confusion entered the Islamic worldview when certain individuals in history, labeled as Islamic philosophers, sought to borrow elements of Greek philosophy along with its terminology, particularly from Aristotle, Plotinus, and some Christian theologians, and inserted these into the body of the Islamic worldview. The Islamic worldview, however, is so comprehensive, expansive, precise, profound, and original that it rejects every foreign element, even if it is merely a term borrowed to accommodate foreign intellectual trends. Every term carries a specific historical context and connotations derived from that context. It cannot be stripped of these associations and imposed upon a new framework disconnected from its origins. The Islamic worldview has its own terminology, derived naturally from its linguistic roots and shaped by its unique historical and thematic context. This is a subtle phenomenon that requires a delicate sensibility to appreciate the demands of this worldview in both thought and expression. The Islamic worldview begins with introducing people to their sustainer, a precise, comprehensive, and complete introduction. It acquaints them with the essence of God, his attributes, and the unique qualities of divinity that distinguish it entirely from the qualities of servitude. It shows them how this divine reality impacts the universe, humanity, and all forms of life. This introduction is conveyed on a vast scale in the Quran, making the presence of God in human consciousness a certain, clear, inspiring, and influential reality. It captivates the human soul from every direction, leaving it unable to escape, forget, or neglect this presence, for it is so powerful, clear, and effective that it constantly confronts the soul, reminds it, and influences it. All praise is due to God, the sustainer of all worlds, 2, the most gracious, the most merciful, 3, master of the day of judgment. Surah Al-Fatiha 2:4. God, there is no deity except him, the ever-living, the sustainer of all existence. Neither drowsiness overtakes him nor sleep. To him belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Who is it that can intercede with him except by his permission? He knows what is before them and what will be after them, and they encompass not a thing of his knowledge except for what he wills. His kursi extends over the heavens and the earth, and their preservation tires him not. And he is the Most High, the Most Great. Surah Al-Baqarah 255. God, there is no deity except him, the ever-living, the sustainer. 2. He has sent down upon you the book, in truth, confirming what was before it. And he revealed the Torah and the Gospel, 3, before as guidance for the people. And he revealed the criterion. Indeed, those who disbelieve in the signs of God will have a severe punishment, and God is mighty and owner of retribution. 4. Indeed, from God, nothing is hidden in the earth nor in the heaven. 5. It is he who forms you in the wombs however he wills. There is no deity except him, the mighty, the wise. Surah Al-Imran 2:6. Say, O God, owner of all sovereignty, you give sovereignty to whom you will, and you take sovereignty away from whom you will. You honor whom you will, and you humble whom you will. In your hand is all good. Indeed, you are over all things competent. 26. You cause the night to enter the day, and you cause the day to enter the night. You bring the living out of the dead, and you bring the dead out of the living, and you give provision to whom you will without account. Surah Al-Imran 26-27. Say, to whom belongs all that is in the heavens and the earth? Say to God, he has prescribed mercy for himself. He will surely gather you together on the day of resurrection, about which there is no doubt. But those who have brought loss upon themselves, they will not believe. To him belongs whatever dwells in the night and the day, and he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Say, shall I take any protector other than God, the creator of the heavens and the earth? It is he who feeds and is not fed, Say, indeed, I have been commanded to be the first to submit, and to never be among those who ascribe partners to him. Say, indeed, I fear, if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a tremendous day. Whoever is spared from it on that day, he has certainly been shown mercy, and that is the clear triumph. If God touches you with harm, none can remove it but him, and if he touches you with good, he is over all things powerful. He is the all-dominant over his servants, and he is the all-wise, the all-aware. Say, what thing is greatest in testimony? Say, God is witness between me and you, and this Quran has been revealed to me that I may warn you thereby, and whomever it may reach. Do you truly testify that there are other gods alongside God? Say, I do not testify. Say, he is but one God, and I am free of what you associate with him. Surah Al-An'am 12:19. God knows what every female carries. God knows what every female carries, and what the wombs diminish or increase. Everything with him is in precise measure. He is the knower of the unseen and the witnessed, the great, the most exalted. It is the same to him whether one of you conceals his speech or declares it openly, or whether one hides by night or walks freely by day. For each person there are successive angels before him and behind him, protecting him by God's command. Indeed, God does not change the condition of a people until they change what is within themselves, and when God wills harm for a people, there is no repelling it, and they have no protector besides him. It is he who shows you lightning, inspiring fear and hope, and he generates the heavy clouds. The thunder glorifies his praise, as do the angels in awe of him. And he sends thunderbolts, striking with them whom he wills, yet they dispute about God, and he is severe in might. To him alone belongs the call of truth. And those they invoke besides him do not respond to them in any way like one who stretches out his hands to water that it may reach his mouth, but it will never reach it. The supplication of the disbelievers is nothing but in vain. And to God prostrates whoever is in the heavens and the earth, willingly or unwillingly, as do their shadows in the mornings and the evenings. Say, who is the sustainer of the heavens and the earth? Say, God. Say, have you then taken protectors besides him who possess no power to benefit or harm themselves? Say, is the blind equal to the seeing, or are darkness and light equal? Or have they attributed to God partners, who create as he creates so that the creation seems alike to them? Say, God is the creator of all things, and he is the one, the irresistible. Surah Al-Ra'd 8:16. To him belong all who are in the heavens and the earth. To him belong all who are in the heavens and the earth, and those near him are not too proud to worship him, nor do they grow weary. They glorify him night and day, they do not slacken. Or have they taken gods from the earth who can bring the dead to life? Had there been within the heavens and the earth gods other than God, they would have been ruined. So exalted is God, sustainer of the throne, above what they describe. He is not questioned about what he does, but they will be questioned. Surah Al-Anbiya 19-23. Whatever is in the heavens and the earth glorifies God. Whatever is in the heavens and the earth glorifies God, and he is the Almighty, the All-Wise. To him belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth. He gives life and causes death, and he is over all things capable. He is the first and the last, the manifest and the hidden, and he has knowledge of all things. It is he who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established himself above the throne. He knows what penetrates into the earth, and what emerges from it, and what descends from the sky, and what ascends into it. And he is with you wherever you are, and God sees whatever you do. To him belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and to God all matters are returned. He merges the night into the day, and he merges the day into the night. And he is knowing of what is within the breasts. Surah Al-Hadid 1:6. And thus mankind is made to know the nature of the universe in which they dwell, its attributes, its connection with its creator, and how it points to him. They are reminded of its readiness to host life and living beings, and how it has been subjected to them by God's will. All of this is conveyed in a manner that resonates with the innate human disposition, comprehensible to reason and affirmed by tangible reality as well as by the inner depths of human nature. It is a vast horizon of awareness that invites them to recognize their Creator, to comprehend His laws and mysteries, and to interact with this universe in a way that is correct, emerging from understanding, familiarity, and harmony. Who has made the earth a resting place for you, and the sky a canopy, and sent down water from the sky, thereby bringing forth fruits as sustenance for you? So do not set up rivals to God while you know the truth. Al-Baqarah 22. All praise is due to God, who created the heavens and the earth and ordained darkness and light, yet those who disbelieve equate others with their sustainer. Al-An'am 1. God is He who raised the heavens without any pillars that you can see, then established Himself on the throne. He subjected the sun and the moon, each running its course for an appointed term. He directs the affair and explains the signs so that you may be certain of meeting your sustainer. And He it is who spread out the earth and placed therein firm mountains and rivers, and of every kind of fruit He placed therein 2 pairs. He causes the night to cover the day. Surely in this are signs for people who reflect, and on the earth are tracts neighbouring one another, and gardens of vines, and fields sown with grain, and palm trees, some growing in clusters and others standing alone, watered with the same water, yet we make some of them excel others in taste. Surely in this are signs for people who use reason. Arad 2:4. It is He who sends down water from the sky for you, from which comes drink, and by it grow shrubs on which you feed your cattle. He brings forth crops for you thereby, and olives and palm trees and grapevines and of all fruits. Surely in this is a sign for people who reflect. And He subjected to you the night and the day, and the sun and the moon and the stars are subjected by His command. Surely in this are signs for people who use their reason. And whatsoever He has created for you on the earth, of diverse hues, surely in this is a sign for people who are mindful. And He it is who has subjected the sea, that you may eat thereof fresh meat, and bring forth from it ornaments to wear. And you see the ships ploughing through it, that you may seek of His bounty, and that you may be grateful. And He placed firm mountains upon the earth, lest it should shake with you, and rivers and pathways, so that you may find your way, and landmarks, and by the stars they find their way. An-Nahl 10:17. Have not those who disbelieve seen that the heavens and the earth were joined together, and we tore them apart, and we made from water every living thing? Will they not then believe? And we placed firm mountains on the earth, lest it should shake with them, and we placed therein broad pathways, so that they might find guidance. And we made the sky a protected canopy, yet they turn away from its signs. And it is He who created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon, each swimming along in its orbit. Al-Anbiya 30:33. Have you not seen that God has subjected to you all that is in the earth, and the ships that sail through the sea by His command? And He holds back the sky from falling upon the earth except by His permission. Indeed, God is most compassionate, most merciful toward humankind. Al-Hajj 65. And indeed we created above you 7 pathways, and we are never unmindful of creation. And we sent down water from the sky in due measure, and we settled it in the earth, and indeed we are able to take it away. And by it we bring forth for you gardens of date palms and grapevines, wherein are many fruits for you, and from which you eat. Al-Mu'minun 17:19. Have you not seen how your sustainer drives the clouds, then joins them together, then makes them into layers, and you see the rain emerge from their midst? And He sends down from the sky hail from mountains therein, striking with it whom He wills, and turning it away from whom He wills. The flash of its lightning nearly takes away sight. God alternates the night and the day. Surely in this is a lesson for those who possess insight. An-Nur 43:44. Have you not seen how your sustainer lengthens the shadow? And if He willed, He could have made it still. Then we made the sun its guide. Then we drew it in toward ourselves, a gentle drawing. And it is He who made the night a covering for you, and sleep a rest, and made the day a resurrection. And it is he who sends the winds as glad tidings before his mercy. And we send down pure water from the sky to give life thereby to a dead land, and to provide drink for those we have created, many cattle and human beings. Al-Furqan 45:49. And a sign for them is the dead earth. We give it life and bring forth from it grain, from which they eat. And we place therein gardens of date palms and grapevines, and cause springs to gush forth therein, so that they may eat of its fruit, and their hands did not make it. Will they not then give thanks? Glory be to him who created all pairs, from what the earth produces, and from themselves, and from that which they know not. And a sign for them is the night. We strip away from it the day, and behold, they are in darkness. And the sun runs its course to a resting place. That is the decree of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. And the moon we have determined for it phases, until it returns like an old date stalk. The sun is not permitted to overtake the moon, nor does the night outstrip the day. Each is swimming in an orbit. Yasin 33:40. Say, do you indeed disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days, and ascribe to him equals? That is the sustainer of all worlds, and he placed upon it firm mountains above it, and blessed it, and apportioned therein its sustenance in 4 days, equal for all who ask. Then he turned to the heaven while it was smoke, and said to it and to the earth, Come willingly or unwillingly. They said, We come willingly. So he completed them as 7 heavens in 2 days, and revealed in each heaven its command. And we adorned the lowest heaven with lamps, and made it a protection. That is the decree of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. Fussilat 9:12. And the earth, we spread it out and placed upon it firm mountains, and caused to grow therein every delightful kind, as an insight and a reminder for every servant who turns to God. And we sent down blessed water from the sky, and thereby we brought forth gardens and grain to harvest, and lofty date palms with clustered fruit as provision for the servants. And we gave life thereby to a dead land. Thus shall be the resurrection. Qaf 6:11, and so on and so forth. And he speaks to them about life and the living beings within it, acquainting them with the source of life itself, and the source of all living things. He reveals to them aspects of its nature, to the extent that human understanding can grasp. He binds them to all living beings in a bond of servitude to God, and a kinship through creation willed by his command. He reminds them of the shared attributes between them, which point to the one creative will and the one perfect artistry. And he reminds them of God's blessings upon them in subjugating much of these living beings to their service.